language models. So Shrikar showed you the demo where the code was generated, right? So it is 15 billion parameters in size. Okay, it's a model that ServiceNow has created, ServiceNow research team has created, which we have used. It's 15 billion parameters. So for 15 billion parameters, to hold the model, you will need at least 60 plus GB of RAM inside the GPU if you want the 32-bit representation, and half of it if you want the 16-bit representation. Now, NVIDIA is going to charge you, the GPUs that most commonly used, is going to charge you a lot of money for the higher end GPUs called A100s and H100s. Now, if you go to the lower end GPUs, the cost is lower, but at the same time, your response times also fall. Okay, you need to plan for this in terms of when you're rolling out a generative AI product. So that's one aspect of it. The other aspect of it is, what models do you use? Do you always hit OpenAI? Sure, you can hit OpenAI, provided your customers agree to send their data to OpenAI. So that's one of the key blockers for many of these generative AI use cases. Okay, you decided to build your own language model. Fine. So if you build your own language model, what model do you use? Of course, it's the problem that the engineering team has to figure out. But the impact of the choice of the model is going to be felt by the end customer and the product success. Okay, so if you go to Hugging Face models, I'll just see whether I can go to this.
It's not there. You have to open a new tab. I can open a new tab and then.
You want me to paste it? Okay, let me just paste it here. No, I'll just paste it. Okay, so let's see how many models are there in Hugging Face. You see this number? There are 300K models which are available out there. How do you choose the right model from here? If you want to fine-tune the model, if you want to host it on your own GPU. So there is a lot of research which goes on here. There are a lot of uncertainties, and we don't know at the end of the day how these models produce. And there are models for everything. There is models for text to video. There are models for text to text. So this is again is a huge exercise which you will have to go through well in advance in preparation for the rollout of your product. So I will not run through this notebook, but let me quickly. Okay, so let me quickly run the notebook. So usually what happens is there are some dependencies. You see all this install transformer, sentence piece, and all of this. So these dependencies have to be installed, and every time these dependencies change, the behavior of the model changes, things break. It's an engineering nightmare, but it's their problem. And then let's see what a model looks like. How many of you have seen the model? What does it look like on the disk? Okay, so here I have an example of a model. So this is called as a T5. So you see this FLAN T5 large. This is the name of a model. This is around, so on the disk if you see.
You can show it to them on Hugging Face as well, so they are able to comment.
Okay, so let me go to. So let's see this. So here you see FLAN T5 large. So let me just click on it. So it will tell you how many downloads that it has had. Then it's going to have something called as the model card. So let's look at. There is a, sorry. Yeah, so you can see that it's around 3 GB in size. So that's the size of the model. But what does the model look like on the disk? So the model looks like a bunch of files. So here I've taken the smaller version, which is 300 MB in size. So it just looks like a file. So what this also means is once you roll out your product, you can change the behavior of the product by just replacing this file. No more engineering to be done. However, every time you replace the file, your behaviors change. The model starts doing different things. So that's where the determinism is suddenly gone from your system. So you got to watch out for this. Okay, so I have a few examples here just to see how this such a small model behaves. So I have one exercise. So it says answer the following question. There's a question, and we are basically asking for an answer. So we can run that and see what happens. I don't know whether I have time to run it. Okay, let me just run. Let me just run some of these. So I'll have to start all the way from the start. So you see here, you see this allocating and connecting. So what is happening here is because I'm running a Colab notebook, it is actually trying to get one GPU for you to run the model. So let's see what's going on here.
Yeah, so Google gives one GPU, the T4, for free. So if you log into collab.google.com, you get one GPU for free, and you can do a lot of experiments there.
Yeah, so here there is a GPU which is allocated to you. Okay, then it's still downloading all this. Are we running out of time? Okay.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's
so
right.
maybe we'll share this notebook with you. You can just run it. You can just take it to your Google account and run it there. You just have to just click these play buttons here, and then you're going to get the output. So where you can actually play is by changing this. You see all this red color text. You change that and see how it behaves, and you get a feel for what happens to these models and how they behave.
Yeah. So you'll be
Okay.
changing two things. One is that model name which you saw. So cut and paste anything from Hugging Face, and then change the prompt, and then you're good to go. Those are the two things you need to change. So do we have time for questions? If there are? Yeah? We're having a good break?
No, we have two questions.
Two questions? Okay. You can use this if you want.
I'm a sustainability person as a PM, and then when I heard that there's going to be to run one book on GPT 3.5, we require 36 days and 500 metric tons. That was kind of a choking thing for me the moment I read it. Right? If that is what ServiceNow is doing, do you have any carbon offset programs that runs in your organization to take care of it?
Yes, we do. We are 100% ESG compliant. So we buy green credits for it. But then we are not building GPT-3 kind of models. We build very small models. It's not 175 billion, trillion, dillion models. It's a 15 billion parameter model, much smaller.
So
I started Googling about ServiceNow sustainability.
Yeah, we are 100%. You would see that too.
So one of the strategies that we follow is, ask this question: why do we need such a big model? Why 15 billion? Why 170 billion? Is it possible for us to build with 10 million? So we have models which are just 10 million and runs on CPUs. So that is again a design parameter. You start small and then expand the scope of the model till you get the accuracy.
No, at some point, I think most of these GPUs and the data centers will be solar powered. But that's what every company aspires to be. But till that is done, you buy green credits. Yeah.
Quick question here. If the GPTs are, predicting the answer by, a prediction percentage, how is the grammar ensured? How is the text grammar ensured? And quick second question is, in the ServiceNow, LLM, is there RLHF included, reinforcement learning with human feedback, or?
Yeah, so the first question was around grammar, right? So that's what language model is. So he talked about masking and how it learns. And if you can even build your own model, right? So you can go to Hugging Face, download the entire Git, and then you can build your model from scratch. And when you give all the data in, it has taken what Wikipedia, all the news articles, books, everything. So with that, it is able to learn the grammar. Right? So that's how GPT-3 is trained. GPTs are trained. In fact, even our model was trained that way. Right? So once you put that in, and he talked about different mechanisms. So one of them is the masking mechanism. So you mask it, and then it starts learning. And your second question was around RLHF. Yes, we do.
So let me add to that. In reality, grammar is actually a rule. So English or any language, it actually imposes the rule. We don't create random word sequences. We are forced to create word sequences in a very specific fashion, right? It's been done because if you create words in a specific fashion, what you create can be understood by the other person. So actually language is a rule. It's just that it's hard for us to express that rule if you take a board and have to write on it, it's very hard to express. So that's where the language models learn those rules inherently by those training examples that you give.
Yeah. So if you look at the way people solve language, I'm not sure if you were there like 20 years ago or something, where we had to write grammar rules, right? I'm not sure if you have done that. So you write the subject, predicate, whatever. You have to write a series of rules, even for translation. right? So you have to write the rule for English, the rules for French, and then see how the each sentence, grammar in each line of the grammar maps to one. So you need to write a transformation layer. Now, all that work is done by the LLMs. So LLMs, if you give English, French, English, Spanish, French, all different languages, just dump in data, and then it just learns automatically, right? So there is no, grammar to be written. You don't have to scratch heads. You don't have to hire computational linguists for that particular task. So today, computational linguists are needed for defining the data problem, right? Like if you want to fine-tune a model, you need a lot of data, and that's where the linguists and labelers come in.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Products and services, and also most importantly their experiences with use cases, how to adopt digital transformation amongst all the MSMEs. We are already talking of I 5.0, and you all would be wondering, we have not yet been done with I 4.0, and 5.0 is being mentioned in most circles. We heard in the morning session a great deal about sustainability. So all that is happening is we are trying to integrate I 4.0 with making it more human-centric and making sure the man and machine coexist, and sustainability as the other aspect. So it's an integration of I 4.0 and I 5.0. So I don't want to steal the thunder from our speakers here. We have Mr. Tushar from Mahindra & We have Atom State represented by Mr. Venkat, who's going to talk is about AI and ML applications and how to implement them in our businesses. And we have Karthik from CADFEM, which is a global partner company for ANSYS. Some of you would be using ANSYS software. ANSYS also has been on the forefront of startups funding. We're going to hear all about this. Over to Mr. Tushar to tell us all about digital transformation and to what extent M&M has benefited by providing end-to-end solutions. Over to you, Tushar. Thank you.
So, good morning friends, colleagues and seniors. It's my pleasure to be presenting in MSME Summit organized by CII. Before I move to my presentation, first of all I will like to thanks to entire CII team for providing this platform to all the industries where we can share our knowledge, our initiatives, our practices, which can be helpful and mutually benefited to all the industry. Moving on to my presentation, first of all, I would like to we are representing Mahindra & Mahindra Auto and Farm Sector Division. We will be showcasing our journey towards the low-cost automation. Precisely, we are going to touch the low-cost automation sector. There are selective case studies which will be benefiting other industries that we are focusing on, and affordable digital technologies. So that is our agenda for today's presentation. With me, there is my team, Mahindra & Mahindra team, so Mr. Uma Shankar and Mr. Sridhar has also joined this session, so we are representing Mahindra & Mahindra. So our subject for today is low-cost automation and affordable digital technologies that we are touching upon. And we are having our manufacturing units present in Telangana state and Hyderabad, both auto and farm division. So most of the case studies are from that only. This is the overview of Mahindra Group. We are having presence in 11 sectors, 150 plus companies, 100 plus countries. Particularly, we are today focusing on farm and automotive division. Perhaps we are the one and only who will be manufacturing two-wheeler and 20-wheeler, both the things under auto and farm divisions. This is our global footprint. We are present in multiple countries. Our R&D centers are there in multiple countries and also manufacturing. This is our product portfolio at Jairabad plant in Telangana specifically. So we have recently launched 2 new products in auto also and farm also. Both are our techno-savvy products. One is EV related commercial vehicle, and then our all new tech pack ready tractor, which are going to be launched, which are launched at global platforms, and that will be having many new features introduced first time in the tractor industry. So these are different 7 models which are introduced through OJA, that has been recently launched on 15th of August. Focusing on to our journey as a Mahindra and Auto Farm sector, this is our journey toward digitization. So we have started with our strategy and our program formation since 2016-17, and this is the way we have moved ahead. So we have focused on multiple themes like IoT, robotics, digital operations, which will be coming forward into this presentation. All this has been integrated in our own customized MES platform, which are called as Drona. So why technology? So these are the challenges which industry is facing nowadays. So increasing model complexity, improve competitiveness in the market. To survive in the market, we have to improve all these parameters. We have to go through this complexity of the models and yet maintain our margins. So for doing that, we have adopted the different approach. We have simplicity, customer centricity, process robustness, flexibility. These are we have adopted into our approach, and working on these initiatives, we have formed our case studies, which we are going to show with you, showcase with you. So these are the major themes: low cost automation, digitized operations, IoT, and new technologies. I will skip this slide because this is going to be covered in future. In low cost automation, we are going to present a few case studies. So this is our main drive, no fault forward. So whatever we are manufacturing on the particular station, that has to be first time right, and there should not be any fault going forward to the inspection. So based on that tips, we have showcased few of the case studies. This is our one of the case studies in which we have addressed near about 400 plus failure modes, and from those failure modes we have categorized them into 4 different buckets in our assembly operations, like torquing, part missing, wrong assembly, similar looking part. These are the areas which need to be addressed for covering major failures in the processes. So these areas we have addressed through basically we are having both legacy of operations. There are old plants which are running on the manual operations. So we have gone for the requirement based, need based digital solutions on those stages. So that we are focusing. So these are few of the examples which we have done at our plants. So for torque machine, there are legacy tools which are pneumatically operated. So this has been fitted with some electronic and IoT based devices to control the torque and specification to meet the requirements that we are addressing this with the first torque machine case study. The second is part missing, in which we are going for the multiple type of sensors, right from proximity sensors, inductive sensors, laser sensors, vision sensors. So depending on the requirement, we are adopting this sensor technologies to detect the part missing, particular part missing area. Then in wrong assembly, we are also, this is one of the case study in which we have used the laser-based sensor so that we will know that the part orientation is right and there is no wrong assembly being made on the particular stage. Then similar looking parts for this, we have also used different vision technologies. So at the low cost area, we have used the color-based sensing so that we will identify that the part is right or wrongly assembled. This is one of the video which will showcase how we have modified the stage for no fault forward. This is a piston and ring assembly. After this assembly, this part has been checked for multiple parameters before going forward with different technologies, like from scanning, from vision sensing, sensor-based sensing, Once it passes through all these parameters, then only the part will go forward. So we are ensuring that whatever we are producing on the stage, at that stage only it will be addressed. So these are the benefits of it. 100% built-in quality, that is a focus area. This is one of the case study of spot missing concern, in which the operator actually do the welding job on the station, and many a times the operator misses the spot. So this particular case study is focusing on some small electronic devices which are fitted inside the controllers, and those are connected with the assembly fixture, so that unless and until the required spots has been taken, the assembly will not get dismantled from that particular fixture. So this is the basically case study. This is a small representation of the process. Once the operator will finish the entire spotting, then only the part will get disassembled from the stage. Then these are the weld spot counters. So many times, many assemblies have different models, and with respect to different model, these are different spot weld configurations. So with respect to that, it is a complex operation for operator to remember all these spots. So we have integrated this particular spot counter POKIOK with different models, so that whenever the particular model get assembled on the fixture, that particular model spot counter will be activated, and unless and until operator weld those many spots, it will not get disassembled from the fixtures. This is to address the model complexity that is getting added into the portfolios. So once the required spot has been reached, then only the fixture will get declamped. So the benefits of this is, again, no fault forward. So 100% built-in quality. This is one of the case study for IoT. This particular case study, nowadays we are having a lot of technologies available inside the tools, where we can connect the tools with the softwares, and we can have the data for the traceability. But this particular case study is focusing on the legacy tools, which we have modified for getting right specification of product and process specification, and then this data is getting logged into the software, and it is represented on the dashboard. So this is with the very few thousands of amount we have done it inside our plant only. So this is basically a dashboard which represents different talking status of the tools, and with respect to particular model number or particular tractor number, you can basically have this data available with you, so to know that the process has been done right. This is small video for that. In new technology, we are actually now focusing more on vision-based systems. Wherever the sensors will not work, so we are focusing to go for vision-based systems. Also, at the new production lines, we are also focusing to address critical stations with robots and cobots. So this is one of the example which we are working in Zairabad plant only. So this is cabin assembly line. So in which the electrical testing of different lights and different indicators have been done by the vision cameras. So this cabin is being tested by cameras, and the data has been stored into the softwares for future traceability. So with robots and cobots, we in Mahindra entire AFS, we are having 500 plus robots, 50 plus cobot installed. So whatever new lines are getting installed, on which we are also focusing to go for critical operations like hemming, sealant, and then painting. For those things, we are choosing the critical operations, and we are selective in our approach to go for the robotics and painter automation. This is one of the videos. of printing robots facility installed at Hyderabad. This is a standard application process done by Kubot. So these are the initiatives or I can say key automations which are helping us to make a first time right product and no fault from it. As I told you in my first slide, this is our MES platform. This is manufacturing execution system. This is customized developed for our operations. We call it as a drona. So this we use for connecting our different operations together. Like in our company, we are having a different set of operation right from sales side order till the dispatch. So to have the entire visibility of the processes and to swift decision making and also to manage the operations digitally and also effectively, this platform has been developed. So many of the tools like process data, many of the plug data as well as the operation data has been logged onto this platform, and from this we are having a visibility of entire process and what is going right or what is going wrong into the operations. So I will leave you with, this is my last slide I think, and I will leave you with small AV after this. So 2-3 minutes AV is there. It is self-explanatory. You can easily
Thank you. Thank you, Tushar. It's very heartening to see the automation right in our neighborhood, Zahirabad. I would urge members here, if there's any opportunity to visit the plant which M&M has been encouraging us to visit the plant every year. I've done that, and it's a great learning experience. And to see all the automation happening from our own Indian company, I think it fills my heart. Thank you, Tushar. We will have the Q&A at the end. The other two speakers completing their talk. We are allocating good amount of time because the subjects are very interesting. I'm sure there are many queries from the audience here. I request our next speaker, Mr. Karthik Chittipu, who is the Director, Customer Excellence from CAD-FEM, India, to take over.
First of all, thanks for inviting me for this conference, and it's my pleasure to give a small update on what are the new technologies or digital engineering in terms of simulations. Okay, can you go to the first slide, please? Yeah. So I come from a company called CAD-FEM, and I think the name itself says much about digitalization, right? So it's the CAD, which is a virtual designing of yours, and there's a FEM, which is a virtual simulation of your products. How many of you are doing a product development using simulations here? Okay, only 3 hands I see. Okay. I think we'll see why it is so important for MSMEs, to do a simulation-driven product development, and we also talk about the digital engineering in a very broader sense, not only just in terms of product development, starting from the conceptual phase to the in-product phase, where we are talking about ADAS, digital twins, and other things. Okay. So, just a brief intro of our company. CAD-FEM is basically a global company, which is our parent company is in Germany, and in India we started in 2007. So what we are majorly into is, we actually are one of the largest producers of simulation technologies in the world. Okay. Along with it, we also kind of have 40 years of experience in terms of rapid product development and also innovating for a lot of our customers. Especially we deal with a lot of MSMEs in both India as well as Germany, Southeast Asia, and all other countries. And also we deal with a lot of bigger customers, starting with like Bosch or let's say Grundfos and other companies too. Okay. And the major advantage what we have as a company, a group is because of a global presence, we could develop an expertise in different physics, because simulations, when you talk about it, or digital engineering, when you talk about it, it's no more one single engineering or one single physics for that sake. So we have a vast range of physics which we are dealing with, starting with the structures. We talk about CFD, we talk about electromagnetics part of it, both high frequency, low frequency. Like low frequency, when I talk about like motors and all. When I talk about high frequency, I'm talking about PCB boards, radars, and then we're talking about optics, where we're talking about lidars, laser weapons or optics lenses and everything, right? And then we're talking about embedded systems and also the functional safety and cyber security of your products. That's becoming very much important nowadays, because of a lot of OEMs are asking for to make sure that a product is, because you have a software and it should not be hacked, right? So the cyber security becomes very, very important for all your products when you're offering it to your customers, right? So all this comes into picture, and those all things we can simulate and test and virtually test them and get a much more insight into all of this. So about us in India, I think as I said, we started in 2007. Our parent company is in Hyderabad. It's hardly a few hundred meters from here. But we also have offices wide across India in 7 different locations: Bangalore, Chennai, Pune, Delhi, Coimbatore, and Ahmedabad. Okay. So we have a wide range of expertise. So we deal with, in India itself, we have around 300 plus customers, and majority of them are MSMEs. Okay. So for us, digital engineering is very, very important. So we start with the centric of customer, where customer wants to innovate, make their products more efficient, and also reduce the cost of their products, right? So when that is what they want to do, the first thing what they want to do is how to adopt the simulation. Okay, that's the first step. How can they use simulations to drive their innovation or drive their product? Second thing is to automate the simulation itself, so that you can democratize it across the users, and you can make it much more user friendly, because doing simulation is one front, and making user friendly and because a lot of people are talking about the skill gaps and all, right? So to overcome that, we can also automate it and actually make it much more button click solutions, where you can do your simulation, especially when you're talking about sectors like non-engineering, I mean to say non-traditional engineering sectors like pharma, where they are using simulations nowadays. They want to go in silico instead of in vivo and in vitro, right? So when you're talking about in silico, that is something which they are adopting nowadays, and they want to do simulations upfront to understand how the mixing is happening, how your stunts your manufacturing are going to work, what's the life of those stunts, or if you're doing a hip implants, you want to have a customer-centric data, which is very specific to each and every customer. You get the scan data, and based on the scan data, you want to actually do an implant using additive manufacturing or the different manufacturing techniques. Right? So when these people who are coming from other backgrounds wants to do simulations, the automations become very, very, very important. And then over that, the top circle really talks about, the digital engineering part of it, where we offer services to customer, because selling the software or offering the software to the customer is not the end thing, right? That will not lead to the success for the customer. So it becomes very important for us to integrate the software solutions along with the services, along with the knowledge transfer and the training sessions and everything. So that is where we really built on IT infrastructure. So we offer the hardware to the customer, which is very simulation centric. I'm not talking about just the IT hardware, but for simulation itself, we need to customize the hardware so that it can run very efficiently. Then we are talking about the knowledge, what they have to build. The major challenge what you're facing nowadays is to get the core engineers, because a lot of colleges are dropping the core engineering courses out of their curriculums, and it's becoming very problematic to get skilled engineers for your simulation purpose. And that's what we want to also bridge that. Okay, so today's topic, we majorly talk about the digital engineering part of MSMEs, and this is very, very important, because the MSMEs are a key lever for the India 5 million economy, right? So we are the 30% contributor for our GDP, and 42% of our exports, right? That's what people were talking this morning, and that is very important to concentrate upon this sector, and how we can enable the MSME sector to kind of adopt the digital engineering for them. Okay, so the main challenges is for all the industry sectors is to drive the innovation, complexities, because you're not dealing with one single physics now. You have the interconnectivity between different things, and now you're talking about Industry 4.0, where you're talking about automation, where we have a lot of sensor data coming in. You have a lot of lens, LiDAR is there, because the camera has to see it, get the data, and based on the data, let's say you have an ADAS system. Based on the LiDAR in your car, your autonomous vehicle has to perform. If a person comes in front of you, based on the LiDAR sensor, it has to take the signal, capture it, and based on that, it has to apply a certain force on your brake so that it stops at a safe distance from the person, right? So this all becomes very complex, and we are really talking about connections between different systems and different physics here. That has become a huge problem. Then the cycle time. With so much of innovation going on, so much of competition, the cycle time to the market has come down drastically. Previously, maybe people used to take maybe 8 years, 5 years to develop a car to come out. Now they're coming down to 3 years to develop a car and coming out to the market, right? So times are coming down, drastically, and the innovation and the complexity is going up. Okay, so right now in the industry, there are two interesting things happening. One is the technology is really helping you to reduce the development time. The second thing is the destructive part of it. The simulation, the technologies are becoming so and so advanced. Your present models, present things are becoming obsolete, right? It's no more maintenance. So when you want to really talk about leveraging the advanced technology which is developing day in and day out, and to leverage your legacy technology, for them to have a proper marriage between them, you need to have a digital engineering. Otherwise, there's no other way you can take it through, right? So to actually reduce the cost, increase the quality, and evaluate the risk, we need the simulations, and there's no other way to move forward. Okay, so this is one of the survey which happened in US. So they want to see simulations and without simulations, what is the difference, and you can clearly see 21% improvement with simulations to launch the time to market, 22% they could meet the targets, 17% increase in the quality also. So these are the important driving factors for any MSME, right? So these are three things what you want to look at and make sure that your product is coming out in market in a given time frame, and you're also with a low cost. So how do we get it right in the first early itself? That is very important, because most of your cost is decided in the initial phase itself, before even you start simulation. Where in the conceptual phase you have something, and like 85% of your cost is decided in the initial phases. So if you want to make some changes, the influence of these changes will be much less in the later stages. But in the early stages, if you want to make some changes, you have much scope and you can improve it, and the effect of it is much more wider reach. Okay? And with the traditional techniques where you're pushing your design to the end and doing a prototyping and going for testing, and if something is not working, coming back, this is going to take a lot of time and a lot of cycles, right? So what you want to do is you want to implement the simulations in the first phase itself, so that you can understand your product much better, optimize it, innovate it, and then you can reduce the cost and everything. And then once you finalize your design, then you can go for your prototyping, which when you are much more confident that it's going to pass and go forward, right? Nowadays simulations are becoming so realistic that people want to reduce testing drastically, just to one test, maybe two tests at the end of it. But most of the times they want to avoid it completely and take simulation as a benchmark. And I think a lot of the defense sectors are also asking their suppliers to submit the simulation reports, right? That is becoming much more important nowadays. And I think a lot of the OEMs, automotive OEMs, aerospace OEMs are also asking you for these reports to be submitted, so that you can make sure that your product is compliance to their requirement and everything. Okay, so that is what I was talking about, the virtual prototyping and simulation based product development. Okay, so there are three important technologies out of the 10 for digital engineering which are actually disrupting or help the industry to move forward. I think the first one is the AI ML. That is something one of the dignitaries is going to talk about it in the next discussion. But the next one is additive manufacturing. I think this is one of the technologies a lot of people are using nowadays to do the prototyping, or also taking it to the next level of mass production. So the reason why additive manufacturing has become more popular is because it can manufacture any kind of complex shapes, and you can actually make lightweighting much more possible, right? But it has its own problems. I think this is not a platform to discuss about it. We can take it later. And the third one is the simulation front, where you can see a lot of people are saying the simulation is very, very important, right? So I think let's see how the simulation is developed. I think in 1970s, simulation was only for academics. They were doing a lot of research and they were developing. That's fine. Next 85 to 2000, having no simulation, it's still okay, it's normal. A lot of people are not doing simulations. In 2000 to 2015, simulation has become a normal. A lot of people started using simulation. It's still not a compulsion, but still a lot of people have started doing it. As you can see the examples here, you can see it in the optics field, you can see it in the sensor field, you can see in amphibian mobility services here, oil and gas, other sectors where simulations were not traditionally used. it has moved into that. In 2015-20, no simulation is not normal. So people felt that, okay, you're not doing simulation still, you should start doing it now. I think as you can see, the technology of IoTs, 5Gs, electrification, ADAS and all actually has pushed simulation. As you can see here, we are doing a signal integrity problem here to generate what are the losses, what are the temperature generated because of that, and then see the thermal and cooling part of it. And then we are talking about, because of the thermal cooling and all, how the soldering is working, and if these are failing, your component is going to fail, right? So you can see 3 different physics combined together, and you need simulations for that. Not only that, we are also talking about crosstalks between 2 different devices, because nowadays, IoTs have become so much. We have, Bluetooth everywhere right nowadays, right? So there should not be a cross connection between them, how they are kind of working. All these things can be tested in simulations. Okay? And e-mobility, I think this is where a huge chunk of MSME customers are supplying to this, where they're talking about motors, batteries, the charging systems, So the motors have become very important, and we have a lot of motor customers itself in India whom we are dealing with, who are using our software to develop their motors and innovate with respect to characteristics of the motor, improving efficiency. Noise has become much more problematic because sustainability and environmental norms have become much more stringent nowadays, right? And the fatigue failure of it. The first thing is to get the efficiency map of the motor for different, frequency rotations and all. Then we are talking about the noise levels. When we are talking about different frequency with respect to different RPMs, where the noise levels are, how is it generated, and everything. So this, because all of our OEMs are actually concentrating on this and keep asking us how we can do NVS simulations for our motors and everything. The same thing with the chargers, the same thing with the batteries. The batteries are much more problematic because you have to do the, thermal runoff tests, because a lot of blast, fire is going to happen because of batteries nowadays, and this is becoming more problematic, and the battery management system has become very complex, and that is very important to be handled. So you need to do a system simulations to understand that part of it, right? And you need to have an IoT platform to sense a lot of, if you are talking about Ola, Ether nowadays, you have a lot of performance monitoring systems where you can monitor how your battery is performing, how many kilometers it's going to give more, and a lot of other things, right? So this is where the technology is being, driven to, and it's been adopted so that, based on the performance of your batteries, it can automatically adopt and make sure that your battery efficiency is pushed forward, right, and make it more efficient and efficient. We're talking about the manufacturing sector, where you want to, just manufacture this kind of structures, where you can go with additive manufacturing, where you can get this kind of complex shapes which can be manufactured with additive manufacturing like this, and you can see better, cheaper, and faster you can get it. With less volume and mass, you can increase your stiffness of your structures. That becomes very important. We're talking about medical. This is a very simple example where you have a, you want to have a kind of make sure that your teeth are properly aligned, and you go to a dentist, right? That becomes very important. Your space is not symmetric, but the loads they apply internally are symmetric. And they need to understand what forces should they apply so that your teeth are properly aligned, so that you don't have this distorted figure in your after the whole teeth are aligned properly, right? So this becomes very important to be tested. So you can do simulations for that front also, where you can take the customer specific data and do the simulations and understand what kind of force you have to apply and which portions you have to apply so that you can get a proper jaw alignment, right? We are doing it for, we have our own wing of medical, for medicine. We do a lot of simulations for doctors for plastic surgeries and other surgeries so that people can use simulation for that. Okay. And now in 2020 and moving forward, the simulation is becoming a must. As I said, a lot of customers are asking for it, OEMs are asking for it. Starting with a simple example like this, bottles, it becomes very, very important. We have a huge customer whom we actually do a lot of simulations and a lot of automation for the bottle suppliers itself, where they want to see what is the buckling force, manufacturing of the bottle, sustainability of the bottle, environmental effect, they want to reduce the plastic usage. All these things are coming into picture. So you can see there is a structural problem, there is a molding problem, a manufacturing problem, there is thermal, there is a cost influence. So you want to see different physics combined together you can combine all them in a workflow and then do a simulations to understand what would be the best design, best settings of your manufacturing so that your cost can be reduced starting from the material to the manufacturing. Okay. So with digital engineering, you can see the traditional technique you take 15 months to develop your product, that can be got down to 36 months or even less as you move forward and make improvements to your processes. So with that, I'll come to the product side of it where ANSYS is leading in this part. ANSYS is a tool what we are using in the background to do the simulations for each and every physics. ANSYS is leading in terms of every physics what you deal with, whether it's structures, electrical, CFD, optics, you name it. We are the leaders in all the physics and we deal only with the simulations. We are not into any PLM or any CAD or anything. We purely do on the simulation. That is our core bread and butter, and that's where we concentrate upon. And as you can see, we are dealing with the physics in the bottom. As you move up, it's becoming more and more complex. We are talking about system software. We are doing a system level simulations. Then we are talking about system of systems. This is where defense sector is talking about. Now they have a satellite, they have a radar, there is a flight, moving, or missile coming in, the projectile and all. So they want to have a communication between system of systems, and they want to actually simulate this kind of war scenario to see what is happening. Let's say there's a missile coming in, they want to shoot a laser to destroy it, right? So at what time they have to shoot it, and what how much intensity they have to shoot so that the missile can be destroyed. All these things have to work together, systems have to work together and can lead to this, right? So this becomes very important for us to take it to that level of it, and then you can see the solutions and the industries on the top of it. So traditionally we are talking about the previously the simulations are only used in the design phase, optimization phase. That is fine. We are not using it in the requirements concept, preliminary design or any other phases. But as we move forward, as the requirements move forward, it's becoming more and more complex, and we can't work anymore in silos, right? So we need to, when we are talking about interdependency on the different departments, and we have to can't move forward and backward, and we can't just maintain it over a paper and kind of communicate it over just the documents. We need to have a proper models which we can communicate with in each stage and make it digital thread like this, which is much more convenient for the customers to develop it and move forward, right? So the first level is the virtual simulations, what we talk about. Then we are also actually moving to the next level, which is called digital engineering, where we have a lot of other things involved, not only just for the design phase itself, to the whole development phase, from the inception, product requirements to the end phase of it, So this is the V model, what we talk about the product development. So we have the, just to go back, we have the first one is the requirement, then we have the system, subsystem level, and then the bottom is where traditionally people used to use simulations, where it's the component level of it. But nowadays it's no more like that. We start with the requirements, we generate the models to the requirement. So we have the model-based system starting from 1. So we have the models with the requirement level, we can take it to the system level, then get all your requirements for the system level and check them, then go to the next level, which is the subsystem. Once you cross the subsystem, you go to the individual component level, where you work in the silos on different physics. Again, you integrate them in the subsystem level, validate it, take to the system level, integrate with the software and everything, check whether it's compliant with your ISO standards and everything, and then you take it to the next level, which is again the system of system levels or digital twins in product. How many of you heard about digital twins? So I think it's a very fancy word people are talking about nowadays, the digital twin, and this, I can just tell you very simple, people can say digital twin as a CAD itself is a digital twin, because it's virtually or representing something. It's called a digital twin of your design, right? Yeah, I'm done with it. So the next point is, I think it's that is something which people are getting confused with, but digital twin is much more broader in a sense, where people want to do a predictive maintenance than go for a regular maintenance. And that is what we really talk about here. The simulations are more used in only one phase, but you can use simulations in all the phases, starting with ideation, design, manufacturing, in product, in process, and everything. So where we are talking about ADAS, which is in your product, it's sitting. Simulation is sitting in your product. Based on the data you get, it reacts and applies the force on the brakes to stop the car. Digital twins are also sitting on your product to monitor your, as it goes, as your life of, like, let's say I have a jet engine, I have to monitor my jet engine so that I should know when should I go for maintenance instead of doing for regular maintenance, which is more costly, and I don't know whether it's going to fail before the maintenance or after the maintenance, you know. So all these things, right? So here is a transformation what you can see in product. CAD, I think a lot of people are doing. I think product development, we can do 3D printing, additive manufacturing, and simulations. Product testing, a lot of people are doing, especially for ADAS nowadays. People cannot do the field testing. They need so many years to actually drive so many miles to test their cars. What they're doing is everything virtually tested. They have, you know, they have the VRs, ARs, and all these things, and using machine learning techniques to adopt and test it, and then they're coming out to market with ADAS 2, 3, 4, 5 levels. You know? Okay, in the product maintenance, which I was talking about, digital twins, the knowledge management is also there. So this is one last slide of mine. That is what we are talking about. Oh, okay. Can you close it once? Yeah. So this is very important. We have our own courses, which is called ASC, ANSYS Innovative Courses, which help a lot of customers to adopt it. It's free. ASC is free. You can go through the courses. You can learn a lot of basics very easily and it's actually a tie-up with one university in US and a lot of universities throughout the world. And these courses are generated and they're very user-friendly and easy to understand. Only if you want to buy badges or certification, that's when you have to pay, but the courses are free of cost. And there are other, we are also tied up with IIT Chennai called IIT Pravartak, where we do 5G courses. It's a paid course, you can attend for it, and then the other courses also. Okay, so this is what I think, this is what you all want to try and do it, right? The sustainability of your products, right? And have a sustainable environmental effects, social, consciousness, all this becomes very important. So you want to reduce your usage of material with less amount of material. You want to make your products more and more efficient, and that's where only digital engineering can help you do this. Otherwise, it's highly impossible to stick to your deadlines, cost, and everything. It's not possible. I think with that, I will end my session. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Karthik, for simplifying simulation. I like this comment, not doing simulation is not normal. That's a wonderful part. In my company, we say that simulation first and reality next. We have Mr. Venkat Subramanian, Managing Director of Atom Technologies, to tell us all about an exciting subject. Quite a few of us are already using ChatGPT. Artificial intelligence as a subject has been around for decades now. What is generative AI and how does one use these large language models which ChatGPT is talking about in our own day-to-day life and in our businesses especially. So Mr. Venkat is here to demystify all about AI to us.
Greetings everyone. Thank you, sir. Take this opportunity to thank CII for having me here to talk about AI, which is the flavor of the globe at this point of time. Yes, actually I don't want to talk about that, but Sir has raised that particular topic of ChatGPT. Right. I've been a big favorite of ChatGPT type of stuff, but once we have gone deep into that, we know that it's sort of a fun type of a tool. Don't think that I'm arrogantly talking and criticizing, no. But thanking ChatGPT folks for making AI is a believable thing in the globe at this point of time. I really congratulate them on that. But AI, ML is much beyond ChatGPT type of tools. So I'm Venkat. Let me introduce myself. I am the CEO and co-founder of Atom State Technologies. We are incubated at T-Hub. We are strong technology partners for CII Center of Excellence. And we are also working along with many partners across the globe. We are a deep tech company focusing on providing solutions based on AI, ML, and This is the USP of ours. We don't go by the hanging in fruit type of solutions which we provide. We provide solutions based on your problem and your problem statement and your use case. In detail, until unless you have a really strong use case, you will not be really in a position to come out with an app solution. So this is where we are different to many of the biggies and as well as small sectors. So we dig deep, and we believe in providing scalable solution. When I said scalable, everyone talks about scalable. And second thing is, these days AI is becoming a fashion. People have started feeling that if they don't talk about AI, they feel that it's an identity crisis today. Yeah, I mean it. Suddenly some organizations I have seen that change the name XXX.ai. But I don't know what sort of AI they are bringing. It means they are misleading the people. So this is where we have to be really cautious. Unfortunately, even some of the biggies and established organizations also got into this rut. But our strong background is DevOps. So DevOps teaches to say no. DevOps teaches to say no to automation. Where to automation? DevOps teaches to fail. So you need to experiment by applying chaos engineering and fail. Because until unless you fail, you will not really learn and scale up. So coming back to the key topic, artificial intelligence for MSMEs. Yes, that's the very, very important. Fact of the matter is, today morning, one gentleman was talking about 2+ crore MSMEs. And if these MSMEs alone support startups like us, half of your costing will be reduced. Let me underline with reading that. Lot of myth is there in the market. Oh, AI, ML, lot of costing. No, we can't afford. That's a myth. It's much cheaper, much economical, and bring a lot of finesse to your task. There's no doubt about it. Absolutely no doubt, we have proven that. I really thank CII here. I want to make a point out here. They have created a thing called Center of Excellence, CII Center of Excellence. This is really a boon to organizations, startups like us. Otherwise, I won't be talking here. Because they are the ones who have taken organizations like us to big organizations like Skoda, Vedanta, Kevin Care, which I wouldn't have even imagined a year back. Because these people will not even give time to us. Yeah, that's the psychological set, but I'm really thanking many of the corporates are distancing away from the traditional IT companies and coming to innovative companies. Because innovative companies don't do the body brokerage or mind brokerage. They do only innovation. Because they know that very well they have to compete with the biggies, so they have to deliver best, which is cost effective, improve your efficiency, and bring best ROI. So, artificial intelligence should be taken as a use case based solution. For example, this gentleman is sitting like this, this gentleman is sitting like this, that gentleman is sitting like this. I have a use case here. I have a use case. I don't want to talk jargons here, but I just want to give a live examples. Mr. Rudiger is sitting like that. Maybe if I have an application here, I would have tracked him and say, your posture is wrong for your health, for your back. I will not take much time. I will not be involved in too many meetings to discuss that. Just a small WhatsApp message report will go. So this is the use case. Why AI? Can anyone tell? For better life, simple as that, right? Simple life, good life. Why good life? Don't carry your code home. Finish your thing fast. 6 o'clock you go home, your wife is happy. Your wife is happy, your life is happy, right? So, AI is for better life. So you need to really identify whether it is manufacturing or for aviation sector or retail. AI is not specific for one particular domain or industry. So that is what our USP is. We removed all those blocks. So we go by the use case and understand what exactly the customer is having a problem. We don't even bother about what he is looking at, but that's our strength to identify and tell this is what you have to implement. So, look at his use case, be honest. So when we do the discovery phase, because we don't just like that provide a code to you or a data set model. We really do the discovery path, understand the gaps, understand your limitations in terms of manpower and skill sets. Since morning we have been talking about skill sets and all. Yes, agreed. But skill development comes from here, not from teaching. Say I'm a commerce graduate talking technology. It is not that I'm a grey-haired fellow so I can talk. No, it's not like that. You have to have the application, you have to have the big heart to accept that you are not able to cope up, you need to learn. This is what AI really teaches. The moment you understand this, you come out with a proper knowledgeable thinking on those use cases. So these are various types of AI models. One is ML, one is deep learning, NLP, NLU, and computer vision. And now let's talk about MSMEs, SMBs. If SMB adopts latest technologies, cost-effective technologies, I mean to say, India's economy will really zoom, no doubt about it, because SMBs and MSMEs are the backbone of Indian economy. There is no doubt about it, because it generates more revenue than biggies. It generates, of course, collective, and it generates plenty of employment. By the way, if I adopt AI, I may lose the job. Please remove that from your mind. Absolutely not. It in fact complement you and make you to reach dizzy heights. There's no doubt about it. Your performance will improve. So AI is the way of living, way of understanding, way of moving. The moment you learn AI properly and apply properly, you will be the first person to apply on yourself about your body language. For example, if I am talking, one of my team members is sitting there, he might be noticing what is my body language, and by evening he will give me the report. Yeah, see, that is how, right? Why? The biggest use case which I am going to take, see, these are all cross industries, right from individuals, professionals like doctors and chartered accountants, scanning centers and labs, even auto platform facilitators, strong engineering industry, banking industry, finance industry, aviation. We are there everywhere. So what are the benefits? These are all simple gyan, but definitely efficiency will be improved. Once the efficiency is improved, the productivity will be improved. If the productivity is improved, you are in business. Otherwise, you are not in business. As simple as that. Because this is a competitive global world now. This is where AI play a major role. Cost reduction. Staggering cost reduction. For example, I know many of you are developing your own products, spending a lot of money on advertisement, marketing, and those marketing agencies and the advertisement agencies take your entire property to give something, and that too in time. You cannot depend on any, just like that, any Tom, Dick, Harry type of ad designer. You have to spend a lot of time. So sometimes it may take even 3 months to come out with one ad, which has to be given in social media or in the print media. But with AI, we can generate an ad 30 seconds. Without a photo shoot, without a director, without a camera, without a script, and the fancy models costing, tantrums, right? So, by applying a strong prompt engineering, which is the most important element in any good generative AI content or images, anything. This is the biggest advantage for SMB sector. And today morning, one of the gentlemen was talking about common platform to reach out to the marketer. Yes, that was a humongous platform. But with AI, collectively 5 or 6 SMBs who are interested in technology can join hands together and may appoint people like us to come out with a platform where it will be friendly to really publish in social media marketing so that that becomes a platform for the buyers and sellers. Really, you will be eliminating a lot of middlemen here because you are directly trying to reach to the customer. Obviously, you will get away with your 50 to 60% costing, middlemen, commission, and improved in decision making. This definitely improves because it improves your IQ. Because you will be start thinking a lot when you are learning AI. Until unless you know what is your problem, you will not be in a position to communicate the so-called consultant or an engineer that this is my problem, right? So enhance customer experience. Absolutely true. In fact, we have got the great customer experience and earn customer delight with Skoda, with ICICI Bank, because which they are usually doing a particular task, which is taking about 8 to 9 months. What we have done is we have delivered that and they started marketing in just 15 days. The advantage is that since we understood the problems, we done a lot of research for each and every sector. So we have done the pre-trained models. So when we go and solving the problem, we just train the model based on the use case and the requirement, so the delivery time is very quick. Until unless your delivery time is quick, you cannot go to the market quick. The situation is like that. Yesterday's newspaper is today's waste paper. At least yesterday's newspaper can be archived some reference purposes. But some of the products and applications which you are thinking and taking time, by the time you launch, even before the launch, it becomes obsolete. We have seen that. That's the reason why 90% of the apps are flops. Second thing is market insights and trends. Yes, this is where AI will play a global role, major role. You will understand the insights, the market dynamics of today and tomorrow also. Then use your brain. Apply. You develop a model in such a way that, boss, give me the market demand after 6 months. It gives you an insight. What are the challenges? Data quality and availability. Yes, data is the crux. Data is the problem everywhere. Nobody wants to share the data. Without data, it is very impossible to really move towards prosperous business. So, you have to have a proper data set so that the unstructured data will be cleaned as a quality data, and that data will be your data set model. So don't fear on sharing the data with someone. But here I would like to tell you something. When we interact with your data, we don't even touch your data, we don't even see your data. Only on the use case we assume something based on the inputs and we integrate that particular model to your data set. So your data is 100% secure. So that's the reason why banks are approaching us. Because for banks, why banks? For everyone, even for you, a small scale industry person, the bill of material is very important for a particular component, right? Then AI also can help you in designing app design. Why so many cars will be withdrawn from the market? Because of one small nut designing problem. This is where AI will bring finesse to your planning sessions. Then ethical and privacy concern, I have already told you. This is where tools like ChatGPT are scoring very bad. Samsung has literally almost removed so many people because of they have implemented ChatGPT and within seconds their entire minutes of the meeting are gone. Third one is regulatory compliances. Yes, these are all very important. Then the biggest AI importance. One is in marketing, there's no doubt about it. And one is quick to reach market, no doubt about it. And this is the globalization of the. This is the globalization. A person who is sitting in Bhatinda also can sell to Britain, right? How is it possible without even knowing anyone? That's the power of AI. Globally, you have to compete with the global standards. Even, for example, even if he is buying a shoe, a woodland shoe, definitely why he has bought a woodland shoe? Because of the quality. Why not on the platform types? Yeah. So, these are all the plenty of use cases. As I have already told you, we do nothing without the use case. So plenty of use, all these use cases, whether it is sentiment analysis, the customer stickiness, or customer loyalty, or your customer support mechanism. If you bring all these things, the global market and the big people will believe you because you have a proper process is inbuilt. And that too by using AI ML. And these are all the case studies. Call center operations is another one. We are making inroads into the global market. It's a real-time 24/7, 365 days. How do I improve the efficiency of my customer support team engaging with the customers? So we come out with an analysis and pinpoint this is where your people are failing. That's the reason why customers are changing the loyalties. Then of course, marketing team, it's a boon, literally boon. This is Wow India moment. Scrapping the data from various web sources, web points. Then we clean that. And this is a snapshot of a sentiment analysis of a political party. And this is the completely 100% true generative AI images by giving a prompt into it. We are also coming out with a Ramayana story for kids, farmer story. And this is a snapshot to really plan out surgeries and terrorist operations. And that's for the soda we did it. In fact, that small jingle has won us the contract. Because they have been spending about 3.5 billion for the global advertisement. And now it will not even cross Indian value 2 crores. Thank you so much. And thanks again for everyone patiently listening me, and thanks for this opportunity. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
So now the topic is about funding MSME digitally. So we have a host of speakers here, Mr. Suresh Mutyala, Mr. Himanshu, Mr. Shyam Prasad, and Mr. Ahmed Khan. All are from different backgrounds belonging to the financial sectors. One is from a nationalized bank, one is from a startup, one is from SIDBI, and the other is from the nationalized bank. So I think we get to hear a lot of we get more information from them where how the transformation is happening in the digital world and how that will accelerate the funding in the MSME sector. Welcome to you, sir. And as we all know that digital payments has become a very a common thing for us. I mean, I don't think we can survive today if we don't have a GPay or any kind of a UPI. And all thanks to demonetization is what I have to say, because that actually accelerated the digital payments. And I know a number of factors also have helped in bringing in an ecosystem where the digital payments have become so successful. So let's try to understand how we can utilize these the interfaces now, which will help us in ease of doing our business in the MSME sector. I would like to invite Mr. Suresh
Hey, hi. Thanks, Sarita, and good afternoon to all of you. It's really a tough task to stand in between you guys and lunch and still make the presentation interesting. So nevertheless, I'll try to keep it fast and as interesting as possible. So okay, let's get on with the presentation. Just to give you a background of what's happening in India and the corporate world. Okay. So, looking at the Indian landscape, I mean, it's no big secret. I mean, all of us know it that we are the fastest growing economy. We're growing at the rate of 7.8%. Our exports are growing at 14%. Our GST collections are going through the roof. UPI transactions, I mean, all of us know are growing at almost 82%, and it's a global phenomenon now in the sense that all the leaders are coming into India, watching how this is growing. We've got the third largest unicorn base with about 108 unicorns. Only 2 countries are ahead of us. And our public cloud service, which is just an indication of the kind of compute power as well as the storage that we guys are investing in, that's going through the roof, and it's slated to hit about $13.5 billion by 2026. So all these are going for India, and sorry, a little bit of alignment is gone, I think, just between the... So, but what does it mean for the corporates in India? So, I think this corporate landscape also is changing quite a bit. There is significant improvement in financials in the last 2 or 3 years that we have seen. There is robust financial capital inflow that is happening. The China Plus One strategy, which is essentially that all the FDI that was happening earlier, we used to get sucked in by China. Now the world has realized that we need an alternative to China. So this China Plus One strategy is actually favoring us. So there is a lot of capital flowing into us. Conglomerates, the large corporates are really acquiring more and more corporates, more and more companies. They are betting on consumption, which is retail, infrastructure, and the renewable energy part. And thereby, so what does it mean for SMEs is that there is a shift in focus from just chasing working capital earlier to building efficiencies in supply chain, both upstream and downstream. So this is also resulting in delivery efficiency that is happening across, and then there are new solutions that are coming in from fintechs, and large corporates are also eyeing end customer facing businesses, because today digital also implies that you can cut off the intermediary in between and directly face your customer, so you can actually have end-to-end flows. So again, like I said, it's all, this is not the end of it. We are poised to grow faster. There are a bunch of numbers here. I mean, all of them just to prove the point that the winds are favoring us. There is enough and more tailwind that's favoring us. I would like to focus on the right-hand side of the slide, which is the corporates and the banks part. Corporates and banks, thankfully, have a very synergetic and symbiotic relationship. There can be no situation when our customers don't do well and the banks do well, or vice versa. So banks and their customers go hand in hand. So you can see that while the corporates ratios are all improving, the banks ratio also simultaneously improving. So debt to equity is improving, debt to assets also increasing, cash to asset ratio is also improving for the corporate. Thereby NPAs and the provision coverage ratio also for the banks also improving quite a bit. So these are the foundations of a very buoyant economy, and we are bound to grow better. So the MSME landscape, again, this is no secret. The contribution of MSMEs is very large. It significantly contribute about 30% of India's GDP, 44% of the exports, as well as 45% of the manufacturing output of India is contributed by MSMEs, and hence. The India growth story is fairly robust. The MSMEs is also growing fairly fast. In e-commerce, they are growing at a CAGR of about 20%. Credit to MSME, which was earlier a big question mark, that's also growing at 12% year on year. And the government has also infused about 90 billion rupees in the CGTMSE scheme. And digitization is happening quick and fast. I go to my first slide where I said that the public cloud consumption of India is growing at the rate of 23% per annum, which means that it would not have happened without MSMEs adopting digitization as a means to grow. So today 72% of the payments are done digitally. This also has ramifications in the credit cycles that you would give out to your vendors, or you would make payments to your suppliers. And 53% of the MSMEs are also adopting digital sales platform, which means that again MSME is also reaching out to customers directly. Again, the intermediary is cut out here, and even the government e-marketplace, which is GEM, their transactions also stood at about 15 million. So all things are very favoring well. Just again, give some numbers on why next time go greater. The number of smartphone users by 2028 in India is supposed to be hitting about 1.23 billion. Why does this number? I lost my patience. Very interesting. It will roughly be the total number of. I said there is no point holding. I am just increasing my degree, nothing else. There is no at the time. There are going to be only smartphones, and feature phones are going to go out of vogue. Even as of now, almost every adult in the country has a mobile number, which is a mix of, I think 60% of smartphones. So digital payments, again, while the whole globe is supposed to grow, is slated to grow at 12%, we would grow at 35%. Even as we stand today, 1 out of 4 digital payment transactions that happen in the world emanates out of India. So that's the kind of contribution that we make. All of it is propelled by the internet penetration, which is again provided by cheap data. We are one of the cheapest countries for data. I think only Israel beats us in terms of the cost. And earlier, about 20 years back, there used to be this huge debate. How do we bridge the India-Bharat divide, the rural-urban divide, or so to say, but I think internet has breaking that barrier also down. So today, 40% of the smartphones are actually bought in rural India than urban India. And if you look at the sales figures of either Amazon or Flipkart, they actually during their Big Billion Day sale or the Great India sale, etc., most of the sales are actually in cities. So it's no more just an urban tier 1 story. So this is going really deep. And hence, the India stack, which is on the outer layer, which is the digital public infrastructure, this again being a buzzword of late. which is a combination of your Aadhaar, of your UPI, ONDC coming in, etc. So all these government initiatives are taking shape, and there is a middle layer where they are, corporates like yours, or MSMEs or corporates which are innovating in the market and to fulfill a customer need which is really at the core. So all of this stands on four basic tenets, which is presenceless, which means that the customer need not be present physically. Earlier, for anything, and I'm sure banks also been a party to it. We used to call you to the bank, make you sign 4 papers, if not more, and then only process the transaction. Today, all these authorizations are happening online. Then it is paperless. This is where digital records can move from one place to another. Earlier, I'm very sure all of you have noticed how photocopying shops have gone out of India, in the sense that when we were studying, you could find it photocopying around every corner. Right? And today we don't even, you have to search for the photocopying shop. So that's because nobody wanting any paper these days. It's all digital record. And we've democratized payments thanks to UPI payment systems that we implemented. And also consent, which is the latest one of the block. The account aggregator as well as the other initiatives also have made consent also digital. So all these things are again favoring us, and hence we also come out with digital solutions to cater to every requirement of a small and medium enterprise. It could be just a simple bank account to manage their transaction. It could be payment collection solutions. We have got platforms like e-bank guarantee, easy pay, etc. I'll cover that in a bit. Working capital solutions. Working capital solutions primarily for lending today. Many of the MSMEs are actually pre-approved, so it's actually a matter of 2 clicks before you get your working capital there. The bigger one is the import and export services. Earlier, import and export services meant that you need to have a dedicated team sitting in your office to track remittances. The moment the remittance comes in, somebody has to actually go to the bank, do all of that. We've digitalized all of that. It's all online. I'll touch on that in a bit. Then reconciliation services, or even we also understand that sometimes you are also looking for platforms for growth to find customers, etc. Those solutions also there. And there is personal banking. I'm sorry for the misalignment. That's all right. So we've got a whole gamut of solutions catered to every requirement of MSME. And all of this is not again a cumbersome thing. It's all available on your mobile. It's called InstaBiz, and what we call as the business banking a super app. It has lending solutions, merchant solutions, trade and forex, payment collection, tax. Everything that you would possibly want to do in a bank is actually available in the button. That's available on the app. And not only that, availing of loan can be as instant if it's pre-approved. Even if you have to call one of our bank officers to open your account, the onboarding is again very simple. We've got a smart form where we don't take too many documents. Everything all is fetched through all the available APIs of Aadhaar, NICL, etc. We tag you, in a geographic tagging also is possible. And rather much more faster than what was happening earlier. For merchants, there is actually definitely solution. There is a super merchant account where instant onboarding can happen. If your collections is more than 1 lakh rupees per day, you can actually take the super merchant account. The transaction can also be very easy in the sense that easy pay can be enabled again through InstaBiz on the mobile app. Credit and we also have easy online store for growth, etc. So the impact of it has been that our merchant have been growing. People who have merchant solutions are growing very fast. You seeing the turnover grow by 60%. Bulk payments, again, big pain area, because you are if you have to make many transactions or many payments in one go, earlier you used to do one transaction at a time. Today you can club all the transactions together and shoot one approval and everything goes. And even the narration is actually customizable. Sometimes you make a transaction and 6 months later your chartered accountant will call you and say, sir, what's this transaction all about? So you will not remember that. But here with these solutions you can actually customize your own narration and so as to make it easier to retrieve your records. Electronic DG is another innovation from ICICI Bank. Bank guarantees are typically pieces of stamp paper that is passed on from hand to hand. We digitize that also. You can initiate your bank guarantee electronically. You need not go to any bank. I mean, you can upload the format and then the bank transactions. And if your beneficiary is also going to take it through the NASL route, you can also provide that so that everything is paperless end to end. There are instant lending solutions also that we offer. Pre-approved, all can start from our mobile application as well as corporate internet banking that we have. And we try to make it as easy as possible. In fact, people who have registered with GST and the GST records are available online, those can be pulled instantly and an instant approval can be given. I mean, even if you do not have any relationship with the bank earlier. Yeah, these are steps that are involved in availing that. Cross-border transactions, like I was saying earlier, when there was a remittance, and when you have to classify that remittance, go to the bank, submit papers, and then wait for the right time, for the right exchange rate, in your opinion, to hit upon, etc. And all of it used to take 2 to 3 days. Today, it's all really online. I mean, so 95% of invoice for ICICI Bank customers actually get settled online, which means that the customer does not need to visit the branch. All the declarations are taken online, and if KYC compliant, we actually credit the customer immediately. You can even give the options of you can choose a target exchange rate also in some other cases, where we give you you can say that okay, and when the rate hits this exchange rate at let's say 83.85, you please convert my money. So we can do that. So all these solutions do exist. Again, we are one of the first banks to actually digitize most of these import and export transactions. There are embedded solutions. If you are using an ERP, you can do a host-to-host integration, or we have plugins immediately available. If you use Tally, for example, the plugin that is available and you can put in a bank account, which means that you initiate a transaction in your system, which is a Tally. The bank automatically takes instructions and makes it easier, which was earlier 2 different systems that do not talk to each other. The benefit of it, the big benefit of it is you do the same transaction twice, once in Tally and another time in the bank account. There is an auto reconciliation that happens between the two systems. So these are embedded solutions which you can avail of, and hence you call this as a universal app for your business on the go. So what we are essentially doing is to get the entrepreneur free of the headache or hassle of dealing with the bank and going to the bank and doing registration, etc. So that they can concentrate on purely business development. And not only this, even your personal financial needs are available in one click. Okay, so we have iMobile for alignment is all gone. All the types. So we have iMobile for personal banking requirement, which is rated as one of the best banking apps that's available today. And the testimony to that is that we have a bunch of awards, and we are not only awards, but we always continuously strive to cater to your requirements. So that's all I have to say.
That was a very informative session. So in fact, we have covered a whole spectrum of finance, from B2C to B2B to instant OD and import and export finance. I haven't found a point where I can ask you a question. Thank you so much.
respected panel members, team CA Telangana, and participants and all MSME entrepreneurs. Good afternoon. I know it's lunchtime. Good afternoon. Yeah. In Union Bank, in Union Bank, we are having centralized processing centers for doing this MSME credit appraisal in the name of MSME loan points. So I'm heading one of the MSME loan points in Hyderabad. So the initial process, whenever any MSME client comes to us for there's a loan, so the initial thing is that we'll have a one-to-one interaction. So we'll discuss with them what's their credit requirements. So we are working on a brick and mortar system. So customers looking for MSME loans, they approach our branches. Either they approach our branches or we approach the customers to promote our products. So like today I'm here to approach you for your MSME loan requirements. If any of you approach me today here for loan requirement, it's not through digital, because the topic here is on funding MSMEs through digital. So it's not digital if you approach me here, it is through CII. So in the process of this loan appraisal, so we take all your data, like your project report, audited balance sheets, your GST returns, and all such data we take, and my team at MSME point, we process it and we'll take a decision whether to go ahead with that loan or not. So mostly it's a conventional way of doing any credit decision. So how many of you approached any bank for working capital limits or any MSME loan? Any of you approached? So you might be aware of this process, giving CMA data, audited financials and all GST returns and all. So interestingly, in the last 2 to 3 years, I can say, at Union Bank, we have digitalized a few of our MSME loan products. When I say digitalized means, you don't need to approach any branch or you don't need to approach any office of Union Bank. Simply, there is a link available in Union Bank website or Union Bank app. So you can go through that link, give your details, the initial, you can log in through your mobile number and email ID, give your KYC, like your Aadhaar, PAN card, and after that your financial data, like your audited balance sheets, GST returns, IT returns. So with this, and give your requirement, like which loan you require, you require term loan or working capital limits. With this system in the background, run your this eligibility check based on predefined algorithm. If you are eligible based on the decision rule, you will get the sanction immediately and instantly. And the good thing here is that you can do documentation also. So there is an e-documentation facility available. Once this is done, your account will be credited with this loan amount. So now this is all the digital things that we are doing at Union Bank. As I said, for digital process, we named it in Union Bank as a straight-through processing because it's just straight. You can approach the bank through internet. So in the straight-through processing, we have 3 stages. Like you're getting in-principle approval. That means based on the information that you have given, so you will get a prima facie in-principle approval. So it's not final approval, but you'll get in-principle approval. With this in-principle approval, you can approach any branch which you, as per your convenience. So the particular branch will do the further processing and you will get the final approval. That is for in-principle approval. And there is a stage you can reach up to sanction. So for loans up to some 25 lakhs to 50 lakhs. So based on the information that you submitted in the system, you will get the sanction letter itself. So that is up to sanction. And there is a few products where you can go up to disbursement stage also. So if your loan doesn't require post-sanction, there is no interaction is required with the branch. So you can do e-documentation. Your loan account will be released and your account will be credited with that amount. So that is the disbursement stage. That is complete end-to-end. The in-principle is like an initial thing, and sanction is, I can say, up to 75% you reach, and disbursement is complete 100%. So all these 3 things are available with Union Bank. So through this straight-through processing, we are offering now 4 products. One is the MSME loan in principle up to 5 crores. Another one is GST gain. So based on your GST returns, you will get loan up to 25 lakhs. This is through instantly through our link. And another one is to promote women entrepreneurs. We are having a scheme called MajorSunilShetty. Though under MajorSunilShetty we do up to 10 crores funding, but through this digital mode we are doing up to 10 lakhs. And of course you all you know Mudra loans up to 10 lakh. For Mudra loans, the customer now no need to approach any branch. It's simply through this portal you can get the approval. So first I'll discuss on this in principle approval, how one MSME unit can get 5 crore loan of this in principle approval. Can you please open it? Go to the third slide. So in principle up to 5 crores for MSME units. So this is the link for MSME units. It's available on MSME Union Bank website. Once you go through this link, so there it will ask you are a new client or existing customer. That means you are having any account with Union Bank, you are existing customer, and if you are not having any account, then you are a new client. So if you are a new client, go to that new client, new customer, and give your phone number and email ID. So with that, you will get OTP. That means that's authenticating your just like your mobile number and email ID. So after that, system will ask you to provide your basic KYC details like your Aadhaar, PAN card, that's the basic KYC. And after that, your IT returns. And if your business unit is having audited financials, you need to upload these audited financials by linking with ITR portal. You don't need to physically upload these PDFs. It is integrated with ITR portal, income tax filing. So from that, you need to download it, and here you need to upload it in Union Bank website. And after that, again, it is integrated with the GST returns. With your GST user ID and password credentials, you need to give upload all your GST filings in Union Bank website. And your bank statement. If you may be having bank account with any other bank, that statement of for last 6 to 12 months you need to upload. So that means you are giving your basic KYC, your audited financials, and your GST, and your bank statement. So with this, my system will run your eligibility criteria, how much sales you have done in the last 2 to 3 years, and whether it is matching with the GST returns, and whether you may be making 1 crore sales with the GST. But whether that 1 crore is credited in your bank account or not, what's your CIBIL score, what's your CIBIL score of your company, your firm. So with all these things, my system will run through a decision rule. If you are eligible, then system instantly will give you in principle approval. With that in principle approval, you can approach so this one snapshot of that in principle approval. You will get it like your credit facility amount and tentative rate of interest and all other basic terms of a loan. So with this, you can approach any of my branches and you can go ahead with the further processing. This is about in principle approval. And what's the advantage with this? The advantage is that quicker response. That means instantly you are getting one in principle approval, and it's just in 30 minutes entire process will be done. So you don't need to approach any branch. By sitting in your factory, in your firm, in your office, you can do this, and within 30 minutes you will get the in principle approval. And what's the benefit for a banker is that I'm getting your ITRs, your audited balance sheets, and your GST returns. These are all directly downloaded from respective portals. So I don't need to check whether your audited balance sheet, whether it is really genuine or not, whether your GST returns are genuine or not. So for me, it's easy to do the due diligence. For me, it's easy to know what's your CIBIL score, what's your credit history, what's your banking transactions in the last 1 year. So it's easy for a banker to take a decision also. So that's all about getting a in principle approval. And another scheme is in the name of Union MSME GST gain. It's simply based on your GST returns. We fund working capital limits. Actually, under GST gain, we are doing up to 5 crores. That means manually, so if you approach any of my branches, we'll do 5 crore. But if you want this loan through digital channel, digital mode, again, the link is available in Union Bank website or in our View Map Union Bank app. So with this app, in this scheme with the link, maximum you will get up to 25 lakh based on your GST returns. So you have to upload. So the remaining things are same. You have to, once you enter into this link, you have to give your basic KYC details, upload your financials, and upload your last 12 months GST returns. So based on your last 12 months GST returns, my system will calculate what's your level of operations in your firm and how much you can. We can see whether the last 12 months whether the trend is increasing. The trend is decreasing. If it is increasing, that means yes, your business is doing good. So whether your in the last 12 months, whether your business is seasonal or not. So everything system will check, and based on your GST returns, the system will sanction your loan. Again, here it is only a working capital limit. We'll do in the form of OD and cash credit limit, so to meet your day-to-day business requirement. So maximum will be up to 25 lakh, and all constitutions like individuals, proprietary partnership, LLPs will get loan based, will get or eligible, and the margin is only 20%, and there is no collateral is required because we cover this loan with CCTMSC, so no separate collateral is required. Those customers who want 25 lakh loan working capital limit, so they can avail this scheme. So we have another 2 products in the name of MajorSunilShetty and Mudra loan. In these both loans, we do up to 10 lakh. Again, the link is available in our Union Bank website. The process is same for all these products, though the amounts are varying. So you have to log in with your, register with your mobile number and email ID, upload your KYC and all your IT returns and bank statement. System will do the calculations and give your eligibility. So these all things are available in Union Bank website. Definitely, I hope you will enjoy these credit facilities. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shampasatara. I have a small question for you, sir. Yeah. So in the Union MSME GST gain, you had mentioned, So we had mentioned that you can approach the portal and obtain a loan up to 25 lakhs. But so what would be the turnaround time for any of these sanctions?
Turnaround time you are asking through digital mode?
Yeah, through digital mode.
Everything will be completed in 30 minutes.
No, what you're saying is you get the in-principle sanction.
No, in principle is for 5 crore. There are 4 schemes. If you want the MSME loan up to 5 crore, so the first one is that where you get in principle.
That's only for the first one, not for the rest.
No. For all the schemes, so everything will be completed in 30 minutes. Max time is 30 minutes. For that, if you want a loan up to 5 crores, initially you will get an in principle approval, and after that, since it is a bigger amount, so with the in principle approval, you can approach any of my branches and you can go for further process.
Exactly. So
for GST gain of 25 lakh, so everything will be done through internet only. You don't need to, yes, everything. Okay. So everything will be done in 30 minutes.
Okay, that I understand. So my question again is, in the in-principle mode, suppose you have a sanction letter, say for around 4 crores.
Yes,
okay. Once you approach the bank, how long will the bank take to process?
Yes, ma'am. So it depends upon the quality of the data that you submit. See, most of the time, what we see is that the data that you submit, like CMA data, project report, and say for example, you are approaching a bank for a term loan. Say for example, you are establishing a manufacturing unit or some service unit. So you approach a bank for term loan. So we need to know for the basis for the term loan is that project cost. So we need to know what is your project cost. So arrive the project cost, we'll ask you all quotations like what machinery you are going to purchase. So it's all the data that you submit. Once we get, and if you are offering any property, see up to 5 crores again we'll do under CCTMSC, we don't require collateral. And you want lower rate, you can offer collateral. If you are offering collateral, then we need, we engage this work for legal and valuation work. If legal takes time, then if legal and legal reports, valuation reports, and CMA data project report, quotations, everything available, mostly it takes 7 working days.
7 working days. So you mean to say the in-principle's actual letter will actually verify the credentials of the promoter?
Yes.
But again, it's all based on the rest of the documents?
I can say, ma'am, if you got an in-principle approval, means it's half done. So your 50% of the work is done.
Okay, subject to other documents.
Yes, it's like you got the approval. You can avail this 5 crore loan subjected to fulfillment of all other terms and conditions. So I can say it's half work done.
Okay, thank you, sir. Yes. Thank you for it. So now I request Mr. Ahmed Khan to take up give us presentation.
Thanks, ma'am. Thanks, CII, my esteemed panel, and dignitaries and guests for giving me this opportunity. I would say this one slide alone summarizes the spirit of this summit, and I will clarify that in the next couple of slides. SME 360 Accelerator. I mean, let's begin with the theme of the summit itself, making MSMEs future ready through digital transformation. I think it largely can be summarized with these 2 approaches. I mean, one is afford digital funding, and thanks to my colleagues before me who spoke in length about the digital funding spectrum, the scope of the products, the timeline, the quantum, and everything. So I'll go and keep it a little quick. So digital funding, I would say it's addressing the problem at hand. It's addressing a scenario that is at hand. While the larger solution is actually having a virtual 360 consulting platform, right? I believe in the spirit of the summit, making MSMEs future ready, it's not just addressing the problems at hand, it's also addressing the problems that are along the journey that would make these independent, unmaneuvered, unguided SMEs or MSMEs into high growth companies that could potentially be capable of, say, an SME listing or an PE fundraise. Today, SME is the quantum, or the MSME is the quantum, or the nature of business that they do. It's hardly it's making its meat. It's largely to do about getting through the processes of the day, getting through the process of the month, getting through the targets of the year. But if you really look at if there is a vision and a larger goal towards enabling and growing systems in place, you largely see great lacuna, whether it is in terms of having system integration, whether it is corporate governance, whether it is virtual CFO systems in place, or whether it is your IT enablement. So hence I would say the second aspect of this approach, the virtual 360 consulting, addresses actually the problems that that actually enable the SMEs strengthen over the journey to actually be capable companies that can actually be worthy of private equity investments, worthy of being SME listed. So I would talk about the first context on a very brief, since my previous counterparts already touched base upon it. Digital funding, these are a full spectrum of solutions, or at least the larger solutions that I deal with, we deal with today. The ones on the left side, the secured and the unsecured funding structures, my colleagues have already touched base upon it, hence I took the benefit to rather focus on the right side of the subject, which is structured debt. Structured debt today is largely, I would say, these are customized solutions. Particularly now, the reason I mentioned it's an investment banker viewpoint is these are solutions that needs to be sat down with a consultative mindset, understanding as to what else is possible apart from the conventional working capital, ODCC, term loans and project finance kind of capacities, whether it is secured or unsecured without a collateral. Now today, across the MSME space, I would address this structured debt offerings, whether it is venture debt, revolving credit, RBF, invoice discounting, NCDs, PO financing, bridge financing, acquisition financing. All these are broadly understanding the end goal or the end requirement of the entity, right? And understanding how to structure it, keeping into account how do you underwrite the credit norms, how do you meet the end goals, how do you make the transaction happen, and I would say these are largely digital solutions to a certain extent, to a rather greater extent actually. But the fact that today these solutions are being deployable to the market, even the thought of even having the solution deployed to the market is by the fact that these are supported by the digital evaluation mechanism behind it. I mean, the various evaluation mechanisms and KYC authentication mechanisms that the bankers spoke of earlier, this take a little above it, so that you can look at the entity with a more broader and a more introspective mindset, right? So otherwise, the solutions are pretty much self-explanatory from the nomenclature itself. So I wouldn't dwell on it more. Because again, the entire funding aspect or doing the fundraising alone is part of fixing the problem. It's part of addressing the problem as of now. But the larger aspect that responds to the spirit of the summit is actually a consultative approach. Hence SME 360 accelerator. Before I say what happens under this SME 360 accelerator, I would say what is it all about. SME 360 accelerator is in very simple terms a unified holistic platform that is all about the entire spectrum of business consulting services that an SME and MSME might need. Right, from covering from incorporation to business advisory, to legal, to corporate governance, to virtual CFO services, to the end milestone of fundraising, to an extent of even listing. So today, this is a first of a kind pilot or an accelerator that we're doing in the Hyderabad ecosystem now. With the collective guidance of P-Hub, all the major trade bodies, CII, HICIA, and all the major trade bodies and the business forums put together. Because today, individually in silos, we are not able to address the end-to-end solution that an SME might need, that actually builds them from being an independent and unguided entities to actually grow into high-growth entities that could be funded or listed. So hence the platform. This broadly talks about 4 pillars of support. Business consulting, it covers all aspects of your incorporation, to business reports, to due diligence, to your valuation aspects. Strategic consulting is all to do about business growth, BD, business growth strategies. You know, how do you access new markets? How do you take to new markets? How do you enter new product areas? I mean, it's a very detailed scope of an exercise.
Mr. Ahmed, a small request, could you actually finish your presentation?
Yeah, this is my last slide. Virtual CFO advisory is the crux of this consulting, from the point of view that one large element that SMEs lag, because of which you can call them independent entities or unguided entities, is for the fact that they don't have a full-time CFO on board. They need a guidance from a CFO who could take them to this longer journey of getting the systems enablement in place, corporate governance in place, working capital structuring in place, to the extent of fundraising, which is the last aspect of it. Now, fundraising is the last solution. It is largely to do a particular life stage of the business, what might be required, like the structured and unstructured solutions that I just spoke a while ago. But broadly, this platform is over and above the fundraising aspect of it. It's broadly building the other support and the long run elements towards actually making them growth entities that today a local SME ecosystem can be proud of. Not just being independent entities, but capable high growth firms which can be worthy of being listed. That's it for me, guys. We can take up the Q&A session during the lunch hour because I guess we are already lagging behind time.
Yeah, we're behind schedule, Mr.
Thanks.
Thank you for the informative session, Mr. Now I request Mr. Himanshu to give his presentation.
Thank you so much. Good to have the presentation up. To start with, I'll just give you a broad outlook of what SIDBI has been and what SIDBI has been doing, although most of us do know what it is. We have been around for more than 3 decades. Largely, we are a refinancing agency. We do a lot of institutional finance. Our institutional finance book stands at more than 3.5 lakh crores today. You think of a bank, most of them are customers, including the private one. We do a lot of direct credit. A few of our customers are here. We have a lot of stress off late. Of course, we've been doing green finance for nearly 1.5 decades when we started with JICA. But green finance has taken a new fillip with the Prime Minister announcing Panchamrit. We do a lot of work on cluster development, venture capital, guarantee programs, policy advocacy, and of course, we'll talk about the digital initiatives which SIDBI has done of late so that it comes in with the theme of the program. A small snapshot of where we stand. Today we started in 91 with a balance sheet of around 8,000 crores, and today we closed at around 3.75 lakh crores. We aim to close this year much higher. We are a AAA rated institution established by an Act of Parliament. We have more than 95 branches. Very lean organization with only 1,000 employees. And we are 100% owned either by Government of India or Government of India owned entities. Just as a snapshot, I wanted to leave this thought behind with people that green finance today is something which is very important to us. We have been trying to embed the green finance culture into our clients, and we also work on the Green India financial systems along with the Shakti Foundation and the AFD, who are an international partner, for shaping the dialogue with IBA, with RBI, and with the Government of India. We have a lot of international partners there. We have done a saving of around 1,800 gigawatt hours per annum through our interventions so far. Some numbers are there. We have a solar mission where we want to actually put up 2,500 solar rooftops every year. We also have a specialized scheme for financing EVs and EV related infrastructure. We bring out Sustainability Perception Index in collaboration with one of the finest agencies in India. And we also run the GRID project, which is largely concentrating on switching fuels and other things to make it greener. Then we talk of, as I come to what have been the digital initiatives that SIDBI has done so far. We've been largely, all our digital initiatives have been based on utilizing and anchoring on the various digital public infrastructure which is available, the identity rails, which is Aadhaar, PAN, KYC, bureaus, e-sign, GST, ITR, the payment rails, which is UPI, RuPay, NASH, Bharat QR, other enabled payments. And now, of course, the data sharing rails, which come in form of the Open network and the account aggregators. So we talk a little bit about the various digital platforms which SIDBI has created as a public good. We started with the Udyami Mitra platform, and today we have 160,000 bank branches, 160,000 bank branches on the platform, and 200,000 community centers which are integrated on the platform, which can be approached to getting in-principle approvals for small loans through the platform. We run 7 flagship Government of India programs for credit and subsidy for these schemes, including the MOHUA program, and approximately 50 lakh units have been supported through this. Then we have the PSB 59, which was spoken about recently. It is an outcome of an initiative which we started in 2018. We tried to create a credit marketplace which actually democratizes credit. So you, as a customer, has a choice, where you want to pick up your credit from. This provides quick loan offers and then more than 30 lenders. And you will be actually surprised to know that in the last 3 years, this has done 55,000 crores worth of sanctions. 55,000 crores, not a small amount. And out of this 55,000 crores, and these are MSME loans, nearly 42,000 crores have got disbursed. So, there's a lot of talk that you get in-principle approvals, but a lot of them fructify. Then, of course, there's the RXIL, which is the TREDS platform run by SIDBI and NSE jointly, which addresses the delayed payment of MSME, which MSMEs have been facing of long. On the platform, nearly 25,000 crores of worth of invoices have been discounted. We have purchasers as well as 2,000 MSMEs on the platform. The latest initiative which was done with the Ministry of MSME is to actually create, formalize the informal sector and created the Udyam Assist platform, which allows the informal units to register and obtain a Udyam Aadhaar. As we actually progressed and we did a lot of things on microfinance, and then we saw that the cost of credit to people who are seeking microfinance or moving up the chain from microfinance was too high, and we thought that we should come out with a scheme where we can actually reduce this cost. So to make affordable credit available to the informal micro enterprises, we do loans up to 50,000 to 500,000, that is 5 lakh rupees on these, and these are totally platform-driven digital loans. There have been more than 1 lakh beneficiaries so far, and 85% of them are women. We work with MFIs, we work with banking correspondent companies, corporates and aggregators, even NBFCs in implementing this. And this is largely a digital process where application, credit appraisal and documentation is all digital. Only the monitoring and follow-up is physical. So we call it a physical process so far, because monitoring is something which you've not yet been able to figure out as to how to do it. So just to take you in, you have an app where a person applies for a Prayas loan through the mobile app. Same eKYC, geotagging, geocheck, etc. happen through the app as he gives permissions. And then on the Prayas web portal, the SIDBI appraising officer will appraise and close in the loan. And once the risk rating and sanction rejection has been done, on signing off on the digital document execution, the loan would be disbursed. So this is an end-to-end digital process which is working very smoothly with around 51 partners in the country. To address what our friend Ahmed was saying, that invoice discounting is a one-to-one kind of thing, and to democratize that, SIDBI worked with the RBI sandbox, and we have piloted and now commercialized GST CII. So this actually rides on the GST database and allows people to discount their invoices and obtain instant credit against them. So there is a 3-stage journey. You register, you get a loan offer, and you do e-documentation, and then you get a disbursement and a repayment. Just taking you across, so this are the building blocks. You have 35%, as we know, 35% share of GST coming from MSMEs. GST CII promotes cash flow-based lending, encourages registration of MSMEs in GST, and collaborates with industry initiatives. We have standardized open protocols, use OPEN, India Stack, which is GST and e-sign, stamp, and that it is end-to-end digitized. What the journey is that you go on the app, use your mobile number, register, give access to your GST details. Once you are registered, you can choose your banks and you can do your e-documentation. And once you do your e-documentation, you get a limit. And on the basis of that limit, you can discount your invoices and you get disbursement into the identified account. The repayment is through e-NACH. So you set up auto debit and disbursement will happen. This is actually going to be very useful for people in future. We feel that this will actually go with the working capital requirements. So this is where the future is going. This is the disbursement we can. Then of course we have something which is.
Sorry for interrupting. Could you actually brush through it quickly, sir? Can you actually brush through it quickly, sir?
Yeah, this is the last slide. So this is the last slide which I have, which is a product model, which is end-to-end digitized for MSME. It is a straight-through process which uses all the public infrastructure, GST, all of us do the same thing. Women also do the same thing. We also, in addition, use risk assessment in Jakarta, fixed score, which is a product of Civil and OPL, and CMR. And underwriting is entirely end-to-end digital, and so is the documentation disbursement. So you need to get into our website, log in, create a requirement, and loans up to 1 crore, depending on the leverage, etc., can be disbursed within 40 hours.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
We are going to talk only about MSMEs. We are not going to talk about how India is shining, how the world is doing a roaring business, and how we should actually work for our pie in the sky. No, we will only talk about here and now and about MSMEs. Second, we are not going to talk about jargon. The huge tectonic shift in the landscape of MSMEs is going to be extremely beneficial in orbit shifting our economy. We are not going to talk about those things. Okay, that's jargon. Three, we will actually talk about your questions. So it's going to be very, very relevant. It's going to be probably addressing some of the concerns that you may have, and collectively we can find some solutions. And the topic is what are the challenges in adopting digital technologies by MSMEs. As simple as that. We'll stick to challenges and probably come up with some solutions here and there. So that's going to be broadly why you have to be part of this session. We will exactly take 30 minutes, not more than that, because one of our panelists will have to catch a flight, so there's no other option. This story everyone knows. What is a micro, what is small, and what is medium. I'll skip this thing. If your plant, equipment, and machinery, everything put together, investment is not more than 1 crore, and your annual turnover is not more than 5 crores, it is micro. And then if it is 10 crore investment and more than 50 crore turnover, it is small. And of course 50 and 250, this is what everyone knows. I'll skip all my slides and I'll go directly to, everyone knows these things. We have done very recently 2 action research projects. One is Digital Street. This is adoption of digital technologies by street vendors. So there are lots of learnings out there. That is one. And second, the ongoing project is called Digital Green. This is adoption of digital technologies for environmental sustainability. Bearing the sustainability in mind, how do we adopt and be conscious of the offshoots of using these technologies? I think these are the broad 2 areas in which we have been researching. The first one is already over. We have submitted the reports to the stakeholders. The second one is still going on. We have partnered with the German NGO, and we are doing this research in various cities, Hyderabad to Delhi to Rajasthan, that is Jaipur, to Bangalore, Pune, Dehradun, Ahmedabad, so on and so forth. I'll talk about very few. I'll skip all these things. These are just backup kind of material. I'll just go to thank you slides so that you listen to me. See, the challenges that we are facing are multifold. The challenges that we are facing are multifold. First, in terms of adopting technologies itself. A lot of these people, when we have spoken to garment manufacturers, when we have spoken to micro level entrepreneurs who are into supplying to these garment manufacturers, who live in Bangalore, who live in Tirupur, who live in small areas, Nalgonda, and all these locations. Most of them do not have the overall bigger grasp of what they should be conscious of. They are more worried about movement of their product and a cross movement of money for their product. I think this is in simple language what they're worried about. The large numbers that we project, we have to look at the percentages of the segments. And the largest segment that we have here and we have to worry about, like in agriculture we say, there are a large number of small acre holding farmers. Similarly here also micro is going to be very large. But if our solutions or talks are not focused on these large segments, it's again going to be off the mark. So when we spoke to these small people, when we spoke to these entrepreneurs, they understand what we are talking. It is not that they don't have any understanding. Are they ready to adopt? They may be ready to adopt. But the dominance is in terms of areas of, being manageable, having a manageable cash flow. I think that's where everything works out. If it is working very well with respect to their market, if it is working very well with respect to their produce, and if the intermediaries are rewarding them suitably, I'm sure, then they will be able to focus on these things. The theories that we carry from here and we teach them in terms of, say for example, mobile broadband. Everyone knows mobile broadband. Cloud computing, a lot of people understand cloud computing. Big data, a lot of people understand that. IoT and its applications, everyone understands that. But will they get down to using it? What are the challenges that we have faced? Some of the challenges I have identified here. Obviously, they are there on the slides. Now, when we go back into specific discussions, we have three distinguished gentlemen here. Now, when we talk about the specific challenges that they can list, and also when they can address some of the challenges that you may raise, that will be much, much more relevant. I'll stop here and we'll begin now. Now, let us pivot this. How many of you have questions for this session? You can raise your hands. Please raise your hands. 2-3 से नहीं चलेगा. 2-3 से तो नहीं चलेगा. हाँ, ठीक है. Yes. What we will do is we'll pivot it. We will take questions first, and our responses will be dovetailed to address those questions, and that's going to be the discussion. Okay? Please, questions. Yes, Divakar. You don't need a mic.
Yeah, great session since morning. There are a lot of metrics have been spoken. We have 7 crore MSMEs, and there is distinguished micro, small, medium and all that. And we have 5,000 companies which are listed in stock exchange. Out of that, 1,200 to 1,300 companies contribute to 90% of market capital. What kind of a democratization we have done? If you see the numbers, it should be allowing and enabling MSMEs to really, get into that number of listed companies. So past 60 years, what we have been doing, are we happy what we are doing? What should be done?
Okay, good framework related question. We will respond. I think we'll give that to Satya only. Yes, Satya.
I'm just paraphrasing the question. So, from this session's perspective, if I paraphrase your question, that how can the MSMEs, or what stops the MSMEs to get into, to leverage this market capitalization part? Because as you can see, only 90%, out of the 7 crore, only 5,000 are listed, and out of which only 1,200 contribute to 90%. So why are we missing out? Can digital help there? Can I put the question like this, and then we will try to answer.
As you said, we'll take all the questions first. Yes, ma'am. Yeah, absolutely.
So again, if I paraphrase your question just for this thing, so how can we ensure that the stakeholders who are supposed to help the MSMEs are themselves aware of how can they help the MSMEs? Can I put it this way? Okay. So banker is just one example, and I'm sure there could be other examples.
But if you can ask questions that are specific to your requirement, it will be more relevant. So much so, we will respond to only those questions. Otherwise, we will talk general, you will talk general. How do you motivate me? That type of question I would like to have. मेरा बिजनेस ये है, मेरा फैक्ट्री यहाँ पर है, मेरे यही दिक्कतें हैं, how do you solve this? That type of question is expected. Okay. Please.
Yes, sir. So I'm Sandeep, I'm into capital consulting and coaching for MSMEs. By and large, we deal 1 or 2 clients in a month, and it's mostly related to the credit side. By the time they come to us, they're mostly, they'll have one project report which says bankable project report, but their business is not bankable. So we try to, so then we try to make them that it's a longer turnaround time, is at least a quarter, half year, and all. So in this context, how you can help me, how digitization or anybody can, how can you reach out to, I was asking Malvika also that you have to productize your service content and so that then you can. So similar, anything of that sort that can help us.
The question is difficult. You want to paraphrase it? Okay. So let me. The question is actually very difficult, given that the problem itself is very difficult. Am I right? This question you can ask to all the panels. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. While we are compelled to focus only on the topic, you can talk anything other than the topic. Superb. Yeah, we'll come to it. We'll come to it.
So, I have exactly the question that Sudhakar Rao sir was telling. So, I have a factory in Adivatla. I make defense and aerospace. We make systems and subsystems for fighter aircraft and missiles for DRDOs. Customized. Now, it will not be out of way to say that I am not making enough money. I would like to export, but I don't have a product. I am making customized systems for them. So how can you help me?
A very good session. We have few unanswered questions. Yes.
Yeah, my name is Ram Mohan. I am an entrepreneur. So my question here is, how we can create a level playing field for digital transformation on par with bigger companies for MSMEs. So what I mean to say is that so today all the large companies can afford to have all the digital transformation tools. But when it comes to the MSME, one is affordability, another is their knowledge to acquire those tools. What kind of tools that they need?
It's largely a function of affordability. Yeah. Any other? Sir.
I want to know from Vamsi and Srinivas, because I've been struggling to implement ERP in my company for the last 3 years. So I want to know how I can. This is a direct question.
Yes, sir.
From your view, MSME has to be successful for year-round actually order processing and profits. What are the best solutions you imagine and think of?
Thank you, sir. Any more questions? Yeah, we will try and respond to some of these questions, and if you have not responded, you can understand that we don't have answers. Okay? Yeah, please. Street vendors. Oh, good. I'll give one or two examples. That will come last. Okay. We will do like this. All the questions have been noted by all of us. Satya will respond to at least 2-3 questions. Is it okay? Yeah. And then we can keep on adding. But very quickly we'll try and finish. Yeah. You have 13 minutes.
Yeah. So I'll take the liberty of answering in any order. I hope that's okay with you. But we will again check back, where we have answered and not answered. We'll check that. So I think I'll start off with the question that somebody talked about, creating an awareness, to do things, as well as the affordability part. So I'm going to take that together. See, one of the major challenges today for an MSME is that, is digital transformation required for me? If the answer is yes, then what is that I need to digitalize or digitally transform? And how much it will cost me, and how should where should I go? Who are the people who can help me? And these are the broad things that typically anybody who starts a digital journey will have, right? So, and there are already a lot of confusing words like digitization, digital transformation, and so on. And each one is valid from its own perspective, but they are also very different from one to another, right? So, one of the things that somebody has to, what we see, when I represent a center within CII called CII's, Center for Digital Transformation. It is done with Tata Communications, so it's called CII Tata Communications Center for Digital Transformation. So we work with MSMEs just to help them on some of these things. And the awareness creation is the first thing that has to be really focused on. Like, what is that you need? And to do that, typically, you can use any method. I'm just suggesting a method. So, you look at, you apply a model called, digital maturity rating or something, so you try to talk to the company, understand the as-is processes that they have, what are the pain points that they have, and what are the opportunities that typically exist, so that you can easily get from by asking the right set of questions and getting the answers. And using this method, for example, in our center, so we do this and then we go and tell you, okay, these are the opportunities that, you are at this level, you seem to have strengths in, say, customer-facing processes, you seem to have doing well, whereas employee-facing processes, there are a lot of issues in that, or operational processes, you have not even touched it. So like this, it can give you some kind of a mirror to you, saying that these are the things that you need to do. So creating the awareness, creating a baseline of where you are today, and then you look at the affordability part. Like, now you need to know, you don't have the, the reach of say large company, so that you can go for end-to-end transformation in one go. So you then start prioritizing what is more important for you. So for example, many people will say that I don't want to touch anything on the customer side because that is too risky for me, whereas
I can go and automate a few things on my shop floor because that's going to give me some immediate benefits, right? So that's something that, you know, there are many methods by which you can do that, you know, to see what is that you require on the, you know, prioritization, and show some immediate successes, because your management, I mean, whether it is a owner led one or is it a corporate led one, in both cases, you need to be convincing somebody, saying that it is worth investing money on this. But for that, you know, it's like a chicken and egg situation. So, you know, you need to show some, you know, quick results, you know, the low hanging ones, right? And that's where I'm suggesting that, you know, you go for some digital intervention on the shop floor side. It's going to improve your efficiency, it's going to improve your productivity and so on, which will then open up your purse for other these things. I'll come back to some of these things once again, but if somebody wants to, somebody wants to add.
Yeah, I can add. So many points were raised on how do we push MSMEs to contribute more? How do I become a bankable business so banks will give me a loan or capital? Why only certain percentage of companies are profitable while rest of them are not? So it all comes down to the business model, whether is it profitable, whether it is scalable, whether it is sustainable. Anyway, I'm deviating slightly away from the topic because the forum is more on adoption challenges of digital technologies. But so first, why that skewness in some success, some not success is probably there's a problem in the business model itself. Now, there's a specific challenge someone raised about defense and aerospace who make customized solutions, but you're not able to become profitable or you're not making. So I think now you need to introspect and analyze. So where is it you're lagging? Is it because the product or service which you're selling is too commoditized in the market where you are not able to command a premium? Or is it something to do with not enough of sales pipeline? Is it to something to do with high cost of the product and it is taking too much time for you to manufacture it? So the cycle time is too high and you're not able to create enough products to cater to a larger market. So just for the sake of discussion, I'll take the sales. So here I would like to blend it to how this is a challenge in our digital scenario. So as a customized solution, it's not like everyone out there is going to buy customized defense and aerospace solutions, right? You need to focus and find that right target customer who actually wants to buy it. It's not some off-the-shelf product which everyone is going to come and buy it. So now this is where digital technologies like digital marketing and AI, to some extent, you can leverage to identify those target customers to reach out to them. So this is something similar to a challenge which I can relate to. So I am from Moltech Technologies, so we do a lot of custom solutions for OEM suppliers for manufacturing body components. Now, body components engineering design solutions is my service. So it's not like they're everywhere. I need to identify where they are. They're across the globe, and I need to leverage technology to try and reach them. I need to try and appeal to their need and try to project that USP, the unique selling proposition. Why should he give me work over some other way? So this is one challenge where how do you reach a global audience, you know, using these digital technologies. There are so many challenges out there. So like there's so many platforms to choose from. It could be Instagram, it could be LinkedIn, it could be Facebook, it could be Google, they say SEO. So how do you choose the right platform or the forum through which you try to reach your audience or target customer? So that's one challenge. So this is something which probably you can start experimenting with some free tools to start with. try to understand and research the market, where your possible target customers are. So there are a lot of AI tools which are available which do the research for you. This is very brand new. You don't have to search in Google for it. There are some tools where you go there. A free one itself gives an entire market potential of the market, the specific market which you want. It gives the market potential, and it basically scrapes the entire internet and gets that data for you in a research manner. So maybe this could be a starting point for you to understand whether your business has the right potential. Then probably you can start using other AI tools to expand and research and reach out to your target customers. This I'm talking assuming a sales and marketing challenge.
Assuming it's a sales and marketing problem.
And adoption challenge from a digital perspective.
The little bit of digital in this answer is about adopting cutting edge technologies to sharpen your communication and reach and effectiveness. Otherwise, we'll be going back to the previous panel in how you can market, how you can use social media, how you can expand your reach and so on and so forth. However, I appreciate that problem. But sir, do you have LinkedIn presence? Okay. By what name, sir? In your name. Organizational do you have, sir? Can we immediately open that, sir? I'll come back to this thing. I can give you many more suggestions also, and I'll specifically talk to you off the stage as well. But in the meantime, we'll request Srinivas sir to help us understand the hurdles in the journey of adopting, implementing, improvising ERP for smaller organizations. Over to you, sir.
Good evening. I'm Srinivas, Managing Director of Equic Dice and Molds. This is about a 35 years old company, and we have started implementing ERP way back in 2002. So we had, so basically like what sir said, we were also making the tailor-made products at that point of time, and it's very difficult to sustain. I can imagine your problem as my problem when I was in 2002. We had no other baskets of money invested in any of the branches where we have been investing towards in tool room only, where tailor-made products only can be made. So we are specialized, good name and fame everywhere in making manufacturing dies, but ultimately the bottom line counts. So in that transformation, but every die is a challenge, everything is a different one. So if you have to make a engine, car engine die, it is different. If it is motorcycle, it is different. So we have to account properly how we are going and what is making us to put in this situation where we are not able to progress, neither we are able to. We have to make progress means we have to make the bottom line. So if the bottom line is not there, definitely there is no meaning in staying in that business, and we all get disappointed. That point of time, we had the same situation. We thought how we can transform. Luckily, we had a friend who was working in the similar platform that point of time on Oracle-based ERP solutions. We called him, we interacted, because luckily the whole team of our management is technocrats. That's one problem. We expect micro things to improve, but we all started because I can imagine Suprasad Reddy Garu is more senior in the industry than me, and he says since last 3-4 years he's struggling. So my answer probably can meet him. This is a journey which the owner, along with the core team, has to take with the full interest. Right from giving a code for material, whatever you buy, and giving a code to your employee, identification to your machine, process, every setup. So that is a big challenging job which MSMEs we saw with, actually I had a presentation which I would have explained in the sequence, but now we are all running out of time, and I'll just try to make it. Yeah, because we have got 4 M's, we have got a manpower, machines, process, and the material. So the 4 M's have to be addressed apart from the system. In the system point of view, whatever you have it, you can integrate it by giving. Everywhere you have a challenge, and it has to be with the patients. Everyone has to work from operator level to the HR person to the security guard to everywhere, the source person. So if whole journey starts with what is the count you have manpower, you will have to give a code and how he works. What is the set of rules that you have to decide for a human that is coming inside the plant, and how effectively you are using in every area. Security guard, he does his duty, and the source fellow, he does his different duty. And what is the output? He has to put it in record. So we will have to create a job card for the work, whatever he is doing. If the design engineer works on his 8 hours in a different, we will be at any point of time, we will be running with 50 or 100 projects. So which project he is working for half an hour, 15 minutes, sometimes he has to attend for a HR training. So all that things in the human area you have to make. And the same way, on the materials front, which is again, right from, it's again a challenge. Getting material for dye is totally different from if you are producing a plastic part, you get 10 tons of plastic material, whatever is the grade, or aluminum, you get it, you process it. But that area also has got a different challenge. But in this scenario, we have to get the material, then process in stage one. That means method, out of 4 M's, method has to be fully made it. So you have stages of operations everywhere. You need to derive each operation in the sequence. If you are getting a dye, how material block up, what will be the operation code, like that you will have to make it. So the man, material, then the method, whatever is the process that you come across to produce a dye, that area also you will have to make coding. Then this process has to be explained with a flow chart to the person who is doing. Now, this is about 20 years back, it was very tough. Recently, for around 8 years back, we have adopted, we have been doing this for our tool room based on Oracle, and we could integrate it. But ultimately, we have to hire the in-house team. We have got around 3 people working on ERP for our Equic group. We had other companies where we are making aluminum die casting components. Then we were more mature, and we could engage TCS. They have an excellent ERP platform, Edition CII, which is again, we thought it is cake to eat, but it is not so. There also we had the challenges. So the similar challenges, it's again, everything we have to customize it to our requirement, because we get 10 tons of material and it goes into 50 varieties of parts. How can we digitize it? I mean, how can we evaluate it? These are all the challenges right from material to dispatch. We have to do it patiently, and it costs money.
Something that
And it is a loan area. How much is the money budget again? As an MSME, we cannot budgetize this. We don't even budget for 1 year. Budget unknown area, which will not cost. But you have to take little amount of pain. The other question what sir was asking, I try to, what I could observe, how India can grow and become a 5 trillion economy. There are a lot of programs announced by the MSME Ministry in adopting these technologies. Even if you are implementing ERP or any digital thing, you have to upgrade your systems. You have the schemes. So if you are able to make use of it and make use of that, see, we had last session, which is again supported by government of Telangana, which is again a news for me, that they are also trying to help. I also learned something on the digital marketing side. They are also trying to support. This is ONDC is a nationwide program, so which they would like to implement it here. So ultimately, the sky is the limit. How we can implement, like no product to the product. Then you have the information. You have got a right to. You will be able to take a right decision. If there is no information, then we all will be in dark. Suppose in the ERP you get what is the cycle time. So many hours you've taken for producing. What is the next die? How we can reduce the cycle time? All that thing. And if person is absent, you don't have the proper system. If his output is less, you have a person who is an elephant for you and you cannot measure the output. He comes and goes. That is also you can evaluate in the digital. So it's a miracle that you can achieve, but it is overall, I can see the entire process overall involved in each and every section. They have to put their heart and soul and try to digitize it as possible. Then there will be a lot of resistance from each and every department, which is probably Reddy sir must be facing. So, अरे ये करेगा तो क्या होगा? What will happen? Everything will come into the surface. Probably, if a person is doing mistakes, his mistakes per year are counting to sales. So when the year end comes, if you show he comes for evaluation, then you say you have done so many mistakes. So that tendency, the opposition from the people will be there. But if you don't count it, then you are carrying only elephants, not the horses. Where it will take forward. So this is the way how I think slightly I can put it.
Yes.
It is challenging, but it is not that difficult. So we went through the journey. Thank you.
Excellent, sir. Excellent. We'll come to your point, sir. What sir is talking about is the frameworks. To have the frameworks, MSMEs will have to think big. And the framework is also a function of having good practices. It is not a chicken and egg story. You have to start thinking big and then have good practices, share the vision. It is more people driven in smaller organizations. In bigger organizations, it's more system driven. I think the test of leadership is much more, or in relatable terms, is much more when we are still small and medium. And I think on an everyday basis, we need to create a shared vision organization rather than thinking less or thinking small and having disjointed connections within the organizations. I have some examples, I'll give it to you also. But I think Vamsi wanted to add a point or two. He has been championing the digital transformation in Voltec and several case studies that he has got. Maybe one or two examples you can add to ERP's
Yes.
journey.
So, I will just add on to what Mr. Srinivas has been explaining about ERP. So there are other digital initiatives which I am doing, but since we are talking about ERP, I will highlight more. So let's assume, so someone asked a question about affordability and knowledge of the tools. I think right? So let us assume you have the affordability to buy the ERP for now. Let's talk about affordability a little. You know the knowledge, so you know which ERP tool to implement. Now if you Google, actually there are hundreds of ERP tools. First to identify the right ERP tool itself, you get confused. So let us even assume that you know what ERP to implement. So now as a business, so I think here most of the audience are just about to start their business, or they have started and they want to take off. So you also need to look at the future, where now once you come out of the survival mode, you become sustainable and you now aspire to become a successful and a stable business. That is when, like Mr. Sudhakar has mentioned, you need systems. So when your company is small, you as an individual will be running around all the departments and you are managing everything. But as your organization grows, that's when the systems and processes become very important. Now, ERP is one such tool, a digital tool, which helps you manage your whole company by managing the information in your operations. So what happens is now, you got the tool installed, but how do you get the buy-in? Now, many of your team members, like Mr. Srinivas mentioned, they don't like the tool. They may be feeling insecure that, my boss is setting up this tool so he can get rid of me. Those kind of things happen. So, apart from the tool, now these are those advanced challenges which are not digital. These are more people and the thinking and the perception. So here, you as a leader have to have that broader outlook, and you need to have that holistic view of how do I manage these stakeholders. And for you, the clock is ticking. The sooner your ERP gets implemented, that is when you actually start realizing the value of that tool. Till then, it is a white elephant and it's just bleeding. You have to run your existing system, you have to run the new system.
Everyone is all getting frustrated, blaming the system, the old system. Some are blaming the old one, some are blaming the new one. So, having a very holistic plan, having a step-by-step approach, try to think of it as an investment. When you look at a tool and you're considering it, try to think of it as an investment. The minute you think of it as a cost, you try to reduce it, you go for the lowest, cheapest tool, or you try to see if you can cut somewhere by not hiring some expert to support you. So these all are those other additional factors you need to keep in mind. These are slightly more advanced at a later stage, probably once you're established. So just wanted to add that.
One observation is that there is something called low equilibrium trap. Low equilibrium trap is you have low energy on anything that you do. For example, this organization's sales are not good, or this organization has achieved just 5% of the sales of the target. The sense of celebration and the value that you attach to that internally and get everyone connected to that will make people aspiring to achieve a little more. Sometimes we don't do that. So that, as you have explained, that spiral down, everything lower, everything lesser, because you treat it as a cost and your vision is not overarching enough to actually inspire the rest of the people, is going to lead to a low equilibrium trap. And it becomes extremely difficult for us to lift it up from where it has fallen. It can happen in any organization, but more importantly for the segment that we are talking, I think it is leader driven. It is at the top, and the buck stops there, and therefore it has to be driven more. Dime a dozen, there are technologies. There is rationality available for you to select which one. As per your priority, you can do that. But I think that leader driven energy will only avoid us to get into what is called a low equilibrium trap.
Just wanted to add a word of caution for anyone who wants to embark on the digital transformation path and even digitalization path. You will find typically three types of, when you're looking for a consultant to implement this, you will typically get three types of one. One is somebody who's representing an OEM who will come and probably talk about, what are the benefits that somebody will get, by implementing their ERP, their systems, their solutions and so on. But they're going to talk about, their own product. Actually. So that's one type of this thing. So the second one will be like a system integrator or a technology solution provider. So, he'll try to bring in different technologies, but then there is always some kind of an ulterior motive, in terms of trying to push one over the other. We need to watch out for that. The third is somebody, people who have spent time in an industry, okay, so they know in and out of that industry, so they have a great, subject matter knowledge, but, post-retirement or about to get retirement, so they also get into, nowadays it has become more of a fact to get in, they get into this line of digital, I'm a digital consultant for this area. Now, there's no doubt that they have a, great talent, in their area. They may be a, supply chain expert, they may be a operational, on the plant, shop floor expert, but they may not be digital experts. Okay, so just what I'm trying to caution you is that whichever method, any method you can go, okay, each one will come with the pros and cons, but do not let anyone sell you a Mercedes-Benz when what you want is just a Maruti 800. Okay, and that's what typically happens with most of the implementations. Somebody comes and does a great job of selling you a Benz when you don't really require it. Okay, so just be aware of that. That's one thing. The second one that to answer the private banker there. So so there are typically for any I'm going to answer in a slightly generic way. So, but for any country at any level, there are 3-4 bodies which are important for this digital transformation. So one is of course the government itself. So what kind of enablement that they need to do. For example, India has been doing a lot, at least in the last few years,
I was so lucky to be present when Mr. Nandan Nilekani from Infosys presented before B20. So he talked about the digital journey of what they are doing for everybody, including MSME, the other infrastructure that is today underlying can be utilized for a lot of other things. So he talked about. So they have a role, and for example, Singapore has a model called Go First Digital kind of a model where they help you on planning, execution and awareness creation. So they talk about it. So India also should be doing more or already doing more. So that's one thing. The second is there is a role of academic institutions, whether they offer courses specifically, tailored for MSMEs, what is digital for MSMEs and so on. For example, we recently did one program with IIM Udaipur just to, what is digital transformation for small and medium-sized companies. We talked about it. So that's one thing. The third is the role of, industry associations, whether it is CII or FICCI or anyone, so what is the role? How do they bridge the gap between the industry and the government and the other stakeholders? And last is create a pool of SME digital consultants who will be able to do that. Again, there are the skill development, there is a Government of India initiative called skill development, so they're trying to address this part. So hopefully, if all these things, all these places work well, the problem that you face should not happen, but that's how it is.
I'll give a slight twist to that answer. Information and response to an existing policy is more than an awareness issue, it's a T&D issue. You're a trainer, right? So it's in your domain. In the sense that, I know. For example, certain functional areas determine the behavior of the people working in those areas. For example, take Diwakar. He is a salesperson. Okay, even if he is dying, he will sell something like that. I'm just taking the liberty of taking a name. So in certain functional areas, you have behaviors that are very, very different. In my organization, I don't want to say about anybody else. I know it is true to everyone. The accountants behave in such a manner that everyone else is a thief. किसी से बात नहीं करते, अगर बात करते हैं तो ऐसा डाउट करके बात करते हैं. As if the organization is resting only on their shoulders. There are lots of such issues. So functional areas determine your behaviors, and it's a T&D issue. And even if Prime Minister announces with so much of fanfare that they have announced this, that, the bank says, हमको तो पता ही नहीं है, ये तो कोई सवाल ही नहीं है, there is no such scheme. ऐसा बोलते हैं. They do like that. Okay. The other thing that I want to mention is to respond to our friend. The Government of India, I don't know whether the Prime Minister announced, but I read this yesterday in Economic Times. There is a new scheme called OCEN, Open Credit Enabling Network. Okay. Now, this gives you credit funding which moves away from your collateral-based credit to cash flow-based credit. I think this, if it is realized, and if you go and talk to those banks or bankers or middlemen, if they understand what this is and they explain to you, I'm sure you will be benefited. And there is some solution lying in this initiative. It is laudable, definitely. It is a good initiative. Am I somewhere closer to an answer that you are seeking? Great. And what did we not answer is the question next. I will answer that. No. You want to? No, our Satya doesn't have any question. Under this pretext, I can close it. But I will answer that question. See, it's a journey. What Diwakar has asked is about what have we done in the last 60 years and what are we doing? It's a very politically sharp question. I will not fall into that trap. But largely this country has been progressing, and some of them take a lot of time to fructify and some of them will take a shorter time to fructify.
industry bodies like CII is doing a fantastic job. If they have an inventory of consultants who can be specialized into say less than 20 crore manufacturing setup base where ERP has to be implemented, or some kind of consultants, segmented consultants, if they have an inventory, that will be extremely useful. Academics like us should not just IIM Udaipur, I think smaller institutions which are not the high schools. I come from one, but they haven't done much other than collecting large fees. Sorry, we come from one. So what the institutions will have to do is to get down to the streets and start working with the people and generate solutions there. I think design thinking solutions will have to come if you are a matured institution. That is your give back to the country. If it is not a design thinking kind of a solution, it is waste. Those solutions only will work for this country. This country has got 1,000 countries within. If anybody says one nation, one plan, that is a strategic mistake. We need to unify the country, that's a different story altogether, politically. But solutions will have to be multiple. Understand the reality which is plural, and then give so many solutions to so many segments. Get down there. Otherwise, in the ivory towers, if you strategize and try and attempt some generic solution, it will not work. We have to go. What we have done is on the streets. For street vendors, somebody has asked the question. The street vendors, we have done, I was explaining to my colleagues, I'll just take half a minute. We have taken one example of the Sunday Mela in Sanat Nagar. Every Sunday they have a street vendor sitting there. It's a designated place. So some of the students have come up with a solution after interaction and all those things that they have similar kind of products, and there are 4 people, they come from one kind of an organization. They are brothers or related people. So his name is Vamsi, Sudhakar, Satya and Srinivas. We are all cousins. We go to Sanat Nagar. He sells balloons, I sell balloon inflated toys, he sells inflated balls, and he sells bags to carry all these things. Okay, assume, this is just an example. But the solution is real. He holds a card which says John. I hold a card, name card, which is very big and visible, Johnny. He holds a name card saying Janardhan, John, Johnny, Janardhan, something like that. They came up with this solution. And these people don't sit in the stall that they have. These people keep moving. Stall is there, keep moving, and they have a small audio bite that they have, which they keep on playing, and they attract people to come back. And if anybody observes them, you can complete the picture saying that these 4 people come from the same house or come from the same family. So the other one is to use reels or update your WhatsApp status. You have your customers, take their numbers. If you have new products coming, they ask for a certain color of the product now. A pink inflated balloon that they want, a small toy balloon. You can immediately tell them, even if you are not on Sunday, even on Saturday or Friday, you can tell them. You can ask them to come and collect. So small incremental, this is for the micro street vendors I'm talking. Today they are earning 2,000 rupees. Tomorrow, by using these small technologies or adoption of these practices, they may take home 2,500. That makes a very, very big difference. It may not mean anything to us, but to them, 2,000 to 2,500 is a big jump. All by using the small freely available techniques and tools. WhatsApp, small videos, status updates, and things like that. Okay? Looks like we are done. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
So this session is a very important one, transforming MSMEs through digital marketing and e-commerce for enhanced efficiency. So MSME is a very important sector, as we all know, which makes major contributions to the country's GDP as well as employment. In Telangana itself, we have almost 26 lakh MSMEs according to Ministry of MSME annual report. and more than 25 lakhs are actually micro units. So it is actually important to understand what are the factors which slow down the growth of MSMEs. And there was a study by Boston Consulting Group in 2016, which we referred, and there were some conclusions that they came out with. One was that they listed a set of factors which slow MSME growth. A couple of them were like lack of financing, policy, and other factors. But the topmost factor which was identified was lack of technology. And they summarized that the tech leaders, they actually have an annual growth rate, revenue growth rate of about 28%, whereas tech laggards have only about growth rate of 13%, which is a major gap. And they also put forth some case studies which showed how technology helped MSMEs in making a big growth transition. So we all know how the pandemic made MSMEs realize the value of having an online presence. And in fact, now when we conduct online awareness sessions about becoming digitized or whatever, the question is not why we should do it anymore. The dialogue starts on how we could actually become digitized, or how we could come onto more and more platforms and be visible online. So even before COVID started, our department was actually, we started working on this initiative called Digitizing MSMEs, in which we selected a set of IT companies from across the state. Companies like Now Floats, O2O Now, Zoho, Microsoft, and others. And then we approached a lot of these local industry associations. And what we started doing was conducting awareness sessions in their industrial parks in and around, and helping MSMEs to understand how important technology is, and you cannot be left behind. So there were some positive reactions, and then we started expanding this to our district levels, conducted pakwadas in 2017-18. But there was some hesitancy, we realized. MSMEs, not many of them were coming on board. And we realized that cost was a very major factor for them in becoming digitized. And some of these solutions were maybe too expensive for them. So then we started looking for more solutions which would help MSMEs to, have a one-stop solution for them, where they could get all their major digital needs fulfilled. So then we, came across this platform, Global Linker. Malvika, my colleague, is here from Global Linker. And then we created this Telangana State Global Linker portal, which is actually a one-stop solution for MSMEs. They create websites, e-commerce stores, they conduct awareness sessions for MSMEs, and a lot of bunch of services which Malvika will talk about. And this was actually like a turning point for us. And today, actually, we I'm happy to share that we have 14,000 plus MSMEs registered onto this platform, and many of them actually really benefited during the COVID period. We had some other associations as well with SAP India in December 2020. And through their SAP Ariba Discovery platform, MSMEs were able to again connect with global customer markets. And then we also tied up with Meesho, and they already have a big customer base across India of 11 crores people. And the benefit that they offered was that MSMEs can actually transact or be part of Meesho platform without having to pay any commission. So that is why we are actively again promoting this portal across the state. Then Just Dial was again another collaboration we had in March 22. In which again it's a listing platform, helps MSMEs become onboarded onto it, and they become discoverable across the country. So now we have today 17,600 MSMEs from Telangana who are already registered onto this platform. So with this brief overview, I would now like to invite my colleague, Mr. Nitin Nair, who is the Senior Vice President for ONDC. You've already probably heard him in the morning. But Nitin has been working with the government of Telangana closely to popularize ONDC network across the state. And he's been actively participating, visiting us many times to conduct various physical and virtual workshops, organized in collaboration with the government and Global Linker. So over to you, Nitin, now.
Thanks, Vatsal. I think I briefly spoke about what is ONDC and how and what we're trying to do, right? So I'm not going to go to the deck, but just trying to condense it all together. It's typically a 1-hour presentation that I condense in about 15 minutes, right? So essentially, as an MSME, what you need to think about it, this is another market access mode, right? You would build a website. You would probably go to a website enabling platform like Shopify, or you will go to one of the existing platforms. 3 broad ways all of you come online, right? So this is probably a 4th way to come online, where you will connect by using technology to the ONDC network and start getting orders. That's the way most companies which have reasonably decent sized tech teams will do. Or you will contract out with one of the seller apps on ONDC who will onboard you by bringing in your catalog, doing the necessary configurations, and then having you online. For example, Global Linker could be the network participant who could help onboard you onto the ONDC network. Right? Once you come on board, a buyer searching on any buyer app for whatever products and services that you wish to sell will have visibility on your product services catalog, and then an order flow will happen. So think of it as a market access channel, which enables you to be discoverable by the entire universe of buyers, which continues to grow on the ONDC network. Today we have about 100 million potential customers doing about 1.5 lakh orders a day. As the buyer app ecosystem expands, there will be more and more buyer apps coming. So that's one way to look at it. The other 2-3 ways that as an MSME you should look at it. The second is we are also doing B2B, right? Which means a lot of the presentation I spoke in the morning largely concentrated on the B2C part of the business, right? That you look at B2C buyers to come in, and we spoke buyers buying individual items in small quantities. Versus we've also enabled B2B, where you as a MSME can both be visible to customers who will acquire your products in large quantities, and therefore the buying experience is very different there. And you could also become a potential buyer, for example, your raw material inventory. Right? If you have raw material inventory that you use, or if you have stockists, other distribution channels you use, you can also become a buyer trying to source from the ONDC network. Right? Like as the network becomes bigger, you're not just a seller, you're also a potential buyer. Things that you buy across India, say you're a food processing unit, right? You want to buy raw fruits, right? How do you kind of look at FPOs across India, right? As an input to your business, right? Well, you continue to focus on building the food processing unit and the product that you build, but some of your sourcing can come on the network. This is the second use case. In this, we're also, we just started exports. The first golden transaction happened earlier this month, where we've now started to power exports. So we've onboarded our first international buyer app. It's a Monetary Authority of Singapore, which is the RBI equivalent in Singapore, invested company called Proxera. Proxera is going to bring, for example, demand from Southeast Asia. Like if you are a company that has products that are of interest to buyers in Southeast Asia, right? Proxera is enabling those buyers to find you as a seller, right? So some of the other more nuanced use cases. I would conclude by saying that, over and above what I said earlier, essentially think of what UPI did to payments, ONDC is endeavoring to do to commerce. One big difference, of course, is UPI's payments via, transaction, which means there has to be a goods or a services involved. Everything eventually will be on the ONDC network. It's just the order and the sequence that may vary, right? You may see about 10-15 domains that are live, right? Sorry. So there are about 10 domains live. B2B has 2 domains. We have got financial services, which means things like credit, which is loans, things like insurance, etc. All will also be available on the network. And while there are comparison engines which are very B2C centric, there will also be things that will be slightly more B2B focused, and therefore provide you the opportunity to be again buy stuff that you don't buy online today, right? So broadly B2C, B2B, exports, and the ability for you to become a buyer also. That's the broad set of things that at least today we envision as things that MSMEs could benefit from. Of course, depending on your domain, is a domain live today, when is it coming, all of this may vary slightly, but I would urge you, if you're already in a domain that's live, to come on board. Ideally use one of our seller network participants, because that makes you go online quickly. Unless there are any specific challenges, you could be online in a couple of days, right? It's just about building a catalog and then just going live, right? And like I said, and if you're in a domain that's not live, please just keep track of our website. You will hear a lot of public announcements as we do our first transaction. Most domains, you will hear communication from ONDC, and as your domain comes live, please join us. So we look forward to having as many entities from CII Telangana, the MSME entities, joining ONDC network, and getting the best out of it, both as a buyer and as a seller. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Nitin. Now I would like to invite our next speaker, Ms. Malvika Jaggi, who's Director Global Linker. She has been working with our Industries and Commerce Department for the last 4 years and on initiatives such as Telangana State Global Linker, Kirana Linker, and Made in Telangana Mall. Her enthusiasm and painstaking efforts have helped us in extending digital services to MSMEs across Telangana.
Thank you, Vatsala, for the warm welcome. And a very good afternoon to all of you. I'm sure you've had a sumptuous lunch, but I think this topic is for business owners like yourself. So, like Vatsala mentioned, this is about Telangana State Global Linker, which is a digital initiative by the Government of Telangana Industries Department. And what does this really do for you? What does it mean for you? Is the fact that think of it like the social media or the new social media for businesses. So there are people interacting about how do I get new raw material, where do I find suppliers, they're engaging with others to appoint agents, to appoint distributors, or even actually just talking about new product launches, new awards that they've won, applying for the government awards as well. So there are over 4 lakh plus MSMEs across the world on the platform. And like Vatsala mentioned, there are 14,000 from Telangana already. But the benefit that you get is that you're not restricted to network with only the Telangana MSMEs. You can build connections and business opportunities across the world. And we're not limited only to India. We have a lot of partners across Bangladesh, a lot of ASEAN countries. Now, what is it that you as a business owner can really look for from this platform? One, the reason it was made by the government of Telangana is so that there is two-way communication between the government as well as with the MSME. So there are a lot of government schemes, policies, updates that you can see. We have a partner called FIO, which is Federation of Indian Export Organizations, where you can see trade alerts as well. If you're interested in exports, you could join their marketplace, which is called Indian Business Portal, which helps you connect all the Indian sellers with foreign buyers. So there are already a lot of matchmaking opportunities that happen on the platform. Having said that, I think one of our core capability and tool that is made for businesses is the online store builder. Now, what does this do? Now, we all have been in traditional businesses, and we all now understand the importance of digitizing. But how do you digitize your business? You can't just one fine day go and say, okay, I'll be on Google listed and I've digitized my business. As a buyer or as a consumer, how am I able to discover your business? So either you have a website, or that website is also made into an integrated e-commerce store. It's not just information based, but I'm able to transact on that website. So both these capabilities exist on the platform, where you can actually say that this is my catalog, whether B2B, B2C, services, industrial goods, no matter which category type you are in. You can just say that this is what I deal in, and create your entire catalog on the platform, absolutely free of cost, powered by the government, with integrated logistics and payment gateway providers. Now, what does this mean for you? So let's say you get an order, you've created your entire store or your e-commerce website or your digital catalog. There are many terms, but you got your first order. You don't have to worry about how do you do the logistics. We have pre-partnered with local, domestic and international partners, right from Dunzo, VFast, Varmaship, Shipmax, Shiplite, as well as international Aramex. And in the payment gateway space, you don't have to worry that, okay, now how will I get my money to my bank, right? So there's already Razorpay, there's CC Avenue, there's EasyPay by ICICI Bank, and there's PayPal, there's Paytm. So you don't have to worry about how will the money reach and how will your product or your service reach the customer. All you need to do is start promoting yourself with just a URL, right? You need to start doing, once you've created your catalog, you need to start sending it across, either in terms of just sharing it with your friends and family, doing social media activities, doing SEO, doing digital marketing, and then start using the power of digital to actually get confirmed orders. Now, I'm sure all of you have heard of the buzz around ONDC, and my friend Nitin has already explained it, but let me just tell you in a layman term what this will help you in your business. Like we've used UPI, like I might want to send money to my friend here and I'm able to do it just via using UPI on any, let's say PhonePe, Paytm, Google Pay. Similarly, ONDC is doing that for e-commerce. Now, what does that mean? I'm a seller on Global Income, which means I've created my digital catalog and you're a buyer on Paytm, Flipkart, whichever buyer app is there on ONDC. The transaction is smooth and the buyer doesn't know that he's transacting from a seller on Global Income. Now, how does that help you? You don't have to go and onboard yourself on various sellers. You just have one dashboard. You've created your website and you've onboarded yourself onto ONDC, who has done the work of getting you buyer apps, right? And that of course gets you a lot of confirmed orders as well. So this is what I wanted to share with you about the platform. I think what you need to do next is just the fact of going on to Google, looking up Telangana State Global Linker. Given that there are so many different services and offers and range of capabilities that exist today, it will be overwhelming for you to hear all of it. But I think right from partnering with, for legal services, we have Vakil Search. For accounting, we have Tally. So it's basically a 360 approach in having you as a business not feel lonely. We know it can be very lonely as a business. You don't know where to start. There are many services existing and you don't know how to deal with them in terms of getting a pre-negotiated offer. So we've done all that for you so that you can just go back and concentrate on things that you really need to. For example, let's say you're in the B2B space and you're a manufacturer, you have 100 distributors, these distributors have about 1,000 retailers each. Even this entire supply chain is digitized on the platform today, which means that you as a manufacturer can actually set customized minimum order quantities, customized credit limit, or even discounts. Okay, so that's the power of being on the digital space. I think it's a matter of everybody now trying it out. So I urge you to start doing that. Again, if you'd like to be on ONDC as well, you could do it via Telangana State Global Linker, which is powered by the government. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Malvika. That was a wonderful presentation. Now I would like to invite Mr. N. Sudhir Babu, who is CEO Beanfield Tech Private Limited, Mr. Sudhir comes from a technology background. His company is working closely with MSMEs to help them get off ground once their product is market ready. And he's also currently working with startups from our government-supported incubators like T-Hub and V-Hub.
Hello, everybody. So before I get started, I'll just tell you a little bit about my own journey, because almost 23 years back, I was a student in the US, and I decided I'm going to open my first e-commerce site as well. So this was in the early days of e-commerce. Very excitedly, I ordered some jackets from India, set up my e-commerce website because I'm from a technical background. So early days, Amazon was just getting some traction at that time. The very first, among the first 5 orders I got, I was very, very excited. I noticed there was an order where I was asked to ship to Indonesia. The card was from Hong Kong, and it appeared that somebody from the US had placed the order. Collected the money, sent the order. Then I'm very happy that things were going on, business was growing, until I got my first chargeback. That's when I realized e-commerce, now things have changed quite a bit, but there's a lot of challenges for MSMEs. You may understand your product, but there is a complete breadth of things you need to consider. Fraud, how do you grow? You understand your product, but how do you do digital marketing? What actually works? Do you want to take your product outside of India? What are the challenges involved? Within India, the logistics. Outside India, what are the custom rules? All these kind of things are there. I learned quite a bit with my first e-commerce experience. Graduated, I started running data centers. So we were managing thousands and thousands of websites. We were a fairly large data center in the US. This is where, again, I got additional experience. A lot of our clients were e-commerce. They were trying to get set up, trying to manage everything. What I noticed is clients, at least the clients that I was getting, they understand the product, but everything else is foreign to them. Technology is new. They don't understand, okay, I've got this product, how do I get people to know me? Okay. When I was coming to India, one thing that struck me was China had Alibaba. We didn't have anything similar. India Mart was kind of like the closest. Okay. When ONDC was announced, it was very exciting, because what I've noticed is, as I keep traveling back and forth, India actually is now more on the forefront. It used to be that we were trying to catch up. Every time I came to India, we used to have those modems, the beep, 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 and trying to connect. Now our speeds are good. We have UPI. GPay. I'm noticing that our systems are getting more sophisticated than the ones I'm seeing in US, Canada. That we are definitely on par, but we are doing things that are very, very unique, which, when I think the currency, when all the notes were cancelled and everything, people were wondering what the hell is going on. But now, it's very rare that I actually need cash. All these things together, I got together with a few of my friends, colleagues. We were looking at what the challenges are. What are the challenges? What can we see? Any business to be successful, you need to identify a problem and you need to solve the problem. And there must be enough demand for you to solve the problem. What we noticed is most of the MSMEs, they were completely lost. For them, it was like, okay, I'm used to my stores. How do I get my
product online. What is this online? You know, some language sometimes is a barrier. You know, see, all of us here, we are very comfortable with English, but that's not always the case. We have fantastic products, but they don't know how to communicate. They don't know how to bring it in front of audience, whether it was in India or even globally. Okay, not every product. You know, we have consulted hundreds and hundreds of companies. What we decided was we set up a company which brought everything together, sort of like a very smaller global linker, where we are saying we are going to help you. You focus on your product. We are going to take care of the rest. Okay, we are going to, you know, if you take up your product, it means we believe in your product. We are going to help you. Where, you know, not all products, quite frankly, are going to be successful in the global market. Okay, one of the first questions I used to ask was, how are you doing against the Chinese? This was some years back, but okay, you have a product. Okay, it's a good product. Can you compete with the Chinese? Okay, otherwise, how do we take it to the US and how do we help you there? Lot of MSMEs, the problems that they're facing, first thing obviously is they understand the core technology, but sometimes they don't have money. If they are able to find sources of money, they're trying to figure out, okay, how do we use the money? It's not enough to just have money. You need to use it efficiently. How do I set up, who's going to take care of the technology? Who is, you know, what about customer service? How do I handle social media? How do I handle, you know, spend huge amounts of money on Google Ads? You know, what actually works? How do I know, okay, if I spend money here, it's a much better solution for me than spending it elsewhere. So, the common problems, lack of access to finance, limited technological adaptation, inadequate skilled workforce. When you're a small company, you can hire the best. You wish you could, but the reality is the cost. It's better to come in and instead of getting somebody full-time, getting in the expertise that you need from a company that is going to do these things for you, that is going to partner with you, rather than treat you as a vendor. The other one would be regulatory compliance. The fifth one, limited market access to information, to marketing, to supply chain, you know, even understanding where the technology is going. In US and Canada, what I see they have a limited workforce. So what they do is they focus more on kind of do it yourself. You have your Shopify, you have WooCommerce, you have Wix, you know, you have n number of technologies. But the thing is, you have to sit down and do it. Here we have a lot of people, and I often found that even people from US and Canada, they're like, you know what? Yes, they're making it simple. Yes, I know it's click, drag, drop, whatever it is. But the thing is, I still need to learn these things. And it takes time for me to learn these things. I wish somebody else would just do it for me. You know, it doesn't matter to me. I want to focus on my business. I want somebody else to take care of all the other problems. So, most of the solutions, see, with ONDC, with Global Linker, we are coming up with solutions. What is exciting for me is that India is actually going to potentially make a change. I've seen Amazon, one of the things, I don't know how many people know this, but Amazon also has Cloudtail. Do many of you know about Cloudtail? So what Amazon does is, see, you have a lot of SMMEs going in. What you're doing is you're feeding a huge amount of data to Amazon. They also have their own retail arm, Cloudtail. If the product is selling very well, they will sell it through Cloudtail, which means they will essentially, in the long run, what I was noticing was that MSMEs are going to get wiped out. You know, wiped out not completely, but you understand. all the most profitable products, unless you're in a very niche market, is going to be taken over by the Flipkart, which also has a retail arm, Amazon through Cloud Pay. When I was looking at all this, I was wondering, okay, what is the solution for it? We can't have everybody just disappear and just, everything being focused only on one company or two companies. I think ONDC is a fantastic solution for that. It needs to get some traction, but I'm seeing that out of India, what is really exciting for me is so many solutions coming out that's on cutting edge. And hopefully we will become the country that decides where the next Amazons and everybody is going to come from. That's pretty much it. If there's any other questions, thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Topic for the panel discussion is artificial intelligence for the real world. I request the panelists. Krishna Chaitanya Puttugunta is a prominent figure in the world of AI-based operation management solutions for fashion and lifestyle brands. As a co-founder of Zapario AI, he has played a pivotal role in revolutionizing the fashion industry by introducing cutting-edge technology into the creative process. With over a decade of industry experience, Krishna has been at the forefront of developing innovative solutions that empower designers and brands to harness the power of generative AI. Through Zapario AI's platform, he has enabled designers to seamlessly create custom products and models, ushering in a new era of creative and efficiency in the fashion and lifestyle sectors. Krishna's passion for technology and his commitment to driving change within the industry make him a true visionary in the field of AI-powered generation, AI-powered fashion management solutions. We welcome you, Krishna Chaitanya. Dr. Venugopal, our second panelist, is DGM AI/ML and working with ZF Group. Dr. Venugopal is a seasoned advanced analytics evangelist with over 18 years of experience in various industries. He's a data scientist, economist, and techno-functional consultant, known for covering business problems into analytic solutions. He specializes in manufacturing and market intelligence, enabling organizations to excel with analytics. Driven by his passion, he's established centers for excellence in disruptive technologies like AI and ML and blockchain. His expertise includes generalized linear modeling, time series modeling, and deep learning, and he is a proficient in various data science and engineering tools, including SAS, Python, big data tools like Hadoop and Hive. Currently, he serves as DGM AI/ML with ZF Group. We welcome you, Dr. Venugopal. Som Sundar, our third panelist, Som Sundar Konduri, is working as a senior director with senior director HR BP lead. Som Sundar, come on, you and I work in the same HR space. He works with ADP. Som Sundar holds the esteemed position of senior director and India in HR business and business partnering, HR BP, and a lead at ADP. With an extensive background in HR, Somsundar brings a wealth of experience in his role. He is instrumental in guiding ADP's HR strategies and initiatives in India, ensuring that they are closely aligned with the company's overpowering objectives. Somsundar's leadership and dedication is elevating HR process to make HR practices make him a key contributor to ADP's continued success in the ADP market in India and abroad. Our fourth panelist, Amit Sharma, is the Senior Director Data Science with Global AI Accelerator, GAIA, and a leadership team working with Ericsson. In his current role, Amit is responsible for building data-driven solutions using AI and ML technologies towards intelligent automation in the telecom domain. Prior to this, he was leading AI ML capability for ADP in the HR/talent domain. With 24 years of experience in product development and technology leadership, Amit is extremely passionate about design, architecture, data, and loves to solve real-world problems with technology. We welcome all of you. I'm Srilata Shankar. I'll be moderating the session. I am an HR and L&D leader like Som. I have been working in various companies, banking, telecom, IT, and ITES. I also teach HR at MBA colleges. I conduct soft skill workshops for MBA colleges, engineering colleges, and corporate companies. I do a little bit of content writing. I've been dabbling with poetry for the last 5 years. I've written about 37 poems so far. I hope to publish a book soon. I have a creative side to me. I do tangible painting, block printing, tie and dye, and pottery. I have an adventure side to me as well. I have done bungee jumping, paragliding, zip lining, and Tarzan swing. I've added another layer to my personality recently, collaborating with ITTV Global Media. We started a leadership series talk. We've done 3 episodes so far, and I hope to interview all of you, if not all of you, at least most of you. And I hope to touch 100 episodes soon. Thank you. Can you share a specific example of an AI application in your industry that has brought significant change or value?
Firstly, coming from the HR space, representing the HR fraternity, along with Lata over here, thank you for having me, first of all, amongst all the product management community. Oftentimes got tempted to move on to the product side as well. Amit knows this, some of my other fraternity people, Ranjan knows this. So really glad and privileged to be here. Now, on the technology front, I may not be as an expert as all of you sitting here, but definitely on the thought process and approaches on how we can enable and facilitate some of these things as a culture across amongst all the employees in the organization is where my expertise lies in. So coming to the question on what we have done in the space, it's the buzzword right now, but first and foremost I want to give the context again is we may have a lot of knowledge and expertise with us, each one of us brings to the table, but do we showcase all of it for the reason of showing it, or to really solve some real problems? So for us at ADP, it's majorly, the whole strategy is towards client being a North Star for us. As you know, how do we look at the experiences itself for that matter? What are we delivering for them, right? Ramesh spoke about the experiences of Apple, etc. That was the North Star for them. Functionality, capabilities, we may have all of that, but what are we trying to address? So in that light, keeping that particular aspect in mind, how can we enable and provide better experience for your clients? One of the examples I can share is we have something called as chat summarization. This is something that in one of the products, a lot of our client service reps receive calls, they have to take case notes. It's a manual, tedious process. However, we have lately integrated that. We have integrated the Gen AI into the systems wherein they can focus taking the calls and you know, provide those insightful expertise while addressing their problems and not worry about taking notes, right? The Gen AI tool just captures all the information, summarizes, and you know, it's bye-bye case notes. So that's a major achievement. Imagine the amount of work it saves for the client service reps in providing and just being focused on the call when they take in resoluting, you know, providing resolutions for people who are calling us. So that's one of the examples, at least in the coming from the HCM space, being a HR practitioner, a real life example that we can talk about on the strides that we have already taken at ADP.
Right. I move on to you. What are some unique challenges your industry faces when implementing AI, and how are these being addressed?
Sure, thanks Lata, and thanks for having me, guys. Yeah, worked with ADP for so long that each one of you, I think I can connect with most of you anyways, and happy to be here, so thanks for that. And for the last 4 years, I've been working in telecom domain. Since you guys are abundantly aware of the problems in HR, I'll talk about the telecom domain where we have been trying to and been successful at applying some of the AI solutions. But to her question about what are the challenges faced, let me tell you the problem in the first place, because otherwise I cannot express the challenge contextually. So the problem we are solving are in the sense energy and sustainability. Energy management is a big deal. Nowadays, as we roll out 5G, the problem is these are power hungry devices. To serve better, to give you the bandwidth like 1 Gbps per user kind of a bandwidth throughput, all of it requires a lot of power consumption. And those cell towers you see and those rectangular antennas tilting like a 120-degree angle, those are actually today the ones that connect to you, talk to you like several times in a single millisecond. To be able to do that, it hogs a lot of energy, and to be able to manage that energy, they have these things called sleep modes. So to be able to turn on the sleep mode or turn it off at the right time, depending on the expected traffic or the current traffic, in a way that reduces the energy footprint, but at the same time does not take away the optimal delivery of quality of service should there be a change in the frequency of people, number of people. So all of this takes a lot of computing, and that's what AI is there to solve. Now, in solving this, coming to her question about what are the challenges faced, the challenges are along, again, this is the engineering domain. You know, you're solving telecom problems. So the problems are also that you have to solve them on the edge. If you want to use AI, here you have to have AI kind of a capability. It's far more easier if you have a SaaS-based hosting where you can also deploy your heavy lifting on the SaaS side and have the solutions, the smarts delivered on the edge. But here you have to make a millisecond, microsecond-based decision. So putting it all on the embedded, space is where the challenges lie from a hardware and, point of view. From a software and the compute point of view, the amount of data is humongous. And with 5G, as you know, is a higher, a millimeter wave, so a higher frequency kind of a communication carrier. So what happens is with higher frequency, the kind of range that gets reduced. You all know the AM radios used to have like countrywide ranges, while FMs have citywide. And 5G has a few hundred meters, whereas 4G goes in the 2-kilometer range. So because it gets absorbed so fast, there are far more towers and far more these devices which need to now talk to each other, and far more data than ever. So if the data plane gets used by its own bandwidth in order to manage itself, that is going to be a big challenge. So apart from putting things into embedded, we also deal with this handling. How can we minimize the data transfer for managing the network itself in an intelligent way, yet provide the optimal energy consumption and quality of service to the end user? Some of the examples, there are so many I could talk all day, but I'll just hand it over to my colleagues now.
Thank you. Dr. Venugopal, moving on to you. In view of in your view, what are the gaps between the potential of AI and its current real world impact?
As I said, first of all, I want to define what is AI, okay? AI in a nutshell is called a paradigm, okay? So everything starts with data, okay? You have a data, and then the data has to be used for your decision making. So in the process, the first step here is the first and foremost step is data management. You don't get in cleaned data like what you get a textbook data kind of thing. So the first and foremost thing is the data which has to be managed, okay? And the managed data, we need to generate an insights. So there is a data management, then we need to use it for insight generation, then the whole process has to be automated. So this process of automation is basically most of the processes are messy and most of the processes are kind of where we do a lot of human intervention and then we tend to see a lot of mistakes. Then the third and important point is in automation side of it. Then the fourth point here is once you have that, you should also have a predictability of the data. The data what you have should able to predict something in the future, or it can predict if it is a time series kind of thing, we can predict a future, or if it is a cross-sectional kind of thing, we can use the next happening event across the similarity kind of stuff. And once you have a predictability, that predictability should lead to a concept called, what you call it as, it has to use for a decision making. So if you put all these 5 things together, I call it as a paradigm, okay? Predicting, okay? And then using for results orientation, and then it will be used for an, all these 5 things will put as a PAIA RIDM, okay? So that's the AI is. And if you ask the particular question about what are the real life use cases of AI, so there are 2 aspects of AI, okay? And this is a context of product management. So there are 2 concepts again here. The first concept is AI product manager and using AI in product management or product development, okay? How can you use, what is the difference between AI product manager and regular product manager? So AI product managers are basically, they generally come from a statistical background, okay? So which uses a data and then try to make some decision making from that. For every and each and every action, there will be depends upon data, okay? And what this AI use for a product management and product development, that's a different paradigm. There are a lot of AI tools where your decision making becomes very informed, okay? Most of your decision making has to be informed with the data, or it has to be backed with something. So, and now with the evolution of generative AI basically becomes most of your tasks in product management very useful. So that's the kind of thing. Coming back to your question, madam, how does real life AI is different from the generative AI? So in real life, you think that everything can be possible, okay? I think if you talk about something like for example, you ask me how an AI will be used, okay? So think back to the ages when you have to depend, when you are driving, you have to depend upon someone, okay, where you have to ask a lot of people, you have to talk to a lot of people to reach some place. Now you don't need, right? Everything comes from an, how much of time it takes, and you can give more predictive kind of thing. So that's AI will make your real life, okay? At the same time, the products which we are trying to build, like I would like to give one highlight about the product which we are trying to build. It's called ALI, Application Lifecycle Management is a concept most of you are familiar with, but we are trying to add that management with an AI and make an application lifecycle intelligence. So when you have an applications to build, this all your applications to be an AI driven. It talks about your past experiences and past failures. That past failures will basically help you to predict the next projects and next applications what you are trying to build in a more intelligent way. So these are the few things which you can use. And also we have come up with a product called CVT, which is Computer Vision Toolbox. It's a computer vision is a popular tool. We uses an image data to find out some things. But how this computer vision toolbox are used here is, we are trying to predict any kind of an, it's a detection is different, and prediction of that particular products, whether it's going to be failure or something. So what we are trying to do use here is, we are trying to use a concept called the composite AI framework, and which is kind of thing like we are trying to use the different data at one go to answer a lot of things. Like we are using a process data in manufacturing, as well as the image data. And then what we'll do is, if you are trying to run a process to make a product, that particular product, whatever we are trying to build, it has to be defect-free. At the same time, the process has to be streamlined.
Thank you, Venugopal.
Yeah.
Paucity of time, I'm sorry. Please keep your answers short. Krishna Chaitanya, my question to you is, what does your organization take into consideration to ensure that AI projects lead to tangible beneficial outcomes?
Sure. If you can hear me, I'll do a quick introduction of what we do. I'm the founder and CEO of Zapero. What we basically do is we try and use generative AI to augment the creative workflows of designers in the fashion industry. What we've seen, I mean, it's been a couple of years since I started, working on this startup, and I have a business and an engineering background in the past. What we've seen is, if you see the fashion industry, right, the bottleneck there becomes the creative people. You find a lot of cool people doing all sorts of, design work, and it becomes a very solid, concrete workflow, which is difficult to disrupt. I mean, because it's difficult to program creativity, right? It's a thing of heart, and it's all about arts, it's stuff like that. What we've seen a couple of years ago was that generative adversarial networks, computer vision in general, has the potential to disrupt this creative process. That was the use case we started to pursue, I think a couple of years ago. We've seen that design is a critical component in this industry, and we thought that, building a SaaS product that can sort of mechanize this process, there is some merit to doing it. I mean, end of the day, I'm sort of walking you through the journey of an entrepreneur, because that was the use case we pursued, right? What we've realized is, while there is benefit, while there is merit to building such a product, monetizing that is very, very difficult. And we started digging deeper into the industry that we were operating in. A lot of people were happy to have AI produce interesting designs. I mean, what you would call prints. I mean, some of you are wearing fabrics which have printed artworks on top of them. It could be a women's dress or a top, etc., right? The industry in general sort of took that with a lot of excitement when we pushed forward, let's say, generative AI solutions as services. But monetizing it was difficult. And then as a company, what we've done is we've expanded our business scope much deeper. So we are now building a vertical AI. So it's no longer just design randomly, but design in the context of the market. For example, in the industry, one of the biggest problems that the fashion industry faces is dead stock, right? There's a lot of hue and cry about the industry being one of the biggest polluters, right? There's a lot of fabric being used up that's not being consumed, that finds its way into landfills, etc. Sustainability is a big problem in the industry. So it sort of comes from, let's say, the speculative nature of the industry as to how they design, what kind of volumes they commit, etc. So we are today at Zapero in the process of building AI which can produce designs that have an increased likelihood of success in the market. Right now we are sort of bringing a scientific approach to sort of committing fabric and garments. So the idea is to, as a company, make a dent in those dead stocks and sort of improve the profitability of the brands, etc.
Thank you. My creative side perked me up, and I will take it offline with you to understand more about the creativity.
Definitely.
Amit, moving on to you. At Ericsson, what makes AI more accountable, accessible, and understandable for non-experts?
Oh, yeah. So that's actually, that question can be taken up in two ways. One is, how does AI become all of that for people who want to use AI to build solutions? And the other is, how do we make it trustable and explainable to the end users? And both of them are pertinent. To the first question, there has to be an AI literacy in the org. And since you ask about Ericsson, I have seen there's a huge investment in bringing everyone up to a certain level of the AI understanding, its utility, application. Because unless we are there, there is always this, either a Terminator view of AI Maybe this mic's waxing and waning, as they call it in telecom. Yeah. So basically, training and a lot of these workshops to be able to lift off the entire Ericsson as an organization to a level where everyone gets it. But now the people who solve it definitely go through the next level of understanding, and there's a constant learning in today's world that has to be there to make such things feasible. And obviously there has to be a research angle to everything an organization does, in AI at least, one who's figuring out what is possible and the other who's actually doing it there and now. So the engineering part, where me and my team are. So we have a huge research team, and then we have this Gaia team, the Global AI Accelerator team, a bunch of data scientists, engineers, and product managers who work together to realize those AI visions from a feasibility study into the production view. To the second part about explainability, trustworthy AI, reliable AI, explainable AI is like no more a wishful thinking, it is an ask. And given the privacy and the GDPR constraints about how's your AI telling something, what is the action I need to take, even from an actionability, accountability standpoint, these are becoming almost like a essential ask in every solution we give. So nowadays we have started thinking about this aspect right from the day we start building the solution. And sometimes, even if it comes at a cost of a little lesser accuracy, we prefer the simpler and more explainable models, because as they call it the Occam's razor, we go for a simpler solution, even if it means a little, dent in the level of accuracy. At the same time, one more thing we do is to build the trust in the client, we have to have the expectations set right. Many times product managers will find themselves promising the world, curing cancer and whatnot through AI. So that's where we have to set the right expectations and say that what works, it's a probabilistic thing. It will not work every time. But over a period of time, we promise you this kind of a ROI. For example, if we are into predicting a server failure, over a period of time, we'll save you 60% of your revenues or the cost that goes into fixing, because we will be providing predictive maintenance. Last but not least, UX, which even from my experience in ADP as into building the AI products and in Ericsson, we have to keep it simple. Sometimes we get overwhelmed and just throw in all the gauges and meters and whatnots into the UI. The users don't need it. They just need to know as much as they need to know. So exploratory, analysis is what they need to find out, and progressive disclosure, like we call it in the UX parlance, right? So that's what we follow. So
Right.
I'll stop here.
Right. So moving on to the HR space, which both of us belong to, how is AI being used in ADP to improve the management and development of human capital, and what is the impact that you have observed on an employee's growth and productivity?
Okay. A bit of a loaded question, if I may say. It's a learning phase for across the board, especially in large organizations. Like I lean on what Amit mentioned about, and Mr. Dr. Venugopal also mentioned, data. Like we deal with huge, massive amounts of data. The first thing that comes to mind is, how do we have a governance model around this whole, it's definitely got everybody excited. But how can we build a governance model where we have, certain regulations to be taken care of, so that we don't mess around with the data. There are data privacy laws we have to be extremely cognizant about, more from the state laws and the country laws. Then come in the client side as well, privacy is very critical, and that's where we thrive on, as most of the organizations thrive on that aspect. It's confidential, and you don't want to give out data. So how do we protect some of those aspects? That becomes the base foundational elements as an organization. But how do we then translate that back to the employees on the ground? How do they understand about it? One is educating them. We are telling them that yes, we all are excited about this. We want to dip our hands into this. We want this to be enabling our products and solutions to give a better experience for the clients. But at the same time, we need to do it in a measured approach, in a thoughtful approach. So how do we build that ecosystem, the safe space where we can experiment, where we can fail fast, but at the same time not at the cost of data privacy and confidentiality. So we conduct a lot of these forums, like Ranjan and his team have a lot of conversations. We want to encourage and bubble up the information, speak it up. You know, we want people to talk about it and not be hush-hush about it. That's when most of these things can come up. It also helps us understand what the expectations are. How is it that we can enable those forums where people can speak up about some of these things, come up with their ideas, how is it that they can implement, etc., right? Again, I'll go back to the initial point that I had mentioned. It's exciting, you want to use it to the best possible extent, showcase your talent, everything is fine. But what is it solving for you? What is the problem? Fall in love with the problem, take it step by step, and that's where we have to inculcate these habits within the employees as well and ensure them, empower them. And that's the approach that we have taken. So far it's working well, and we are extremely transparent about some of these things and communicating to them as well. So somewhere it's the faith we have in them, and the employees also trust the management in turn that they will be enabling as we move forward on that. So that's
how has productivity improved or changed?
Productivity improved or changed. One of the, I would say, examples that I can talk about is going back to the example that I mentioned about how we did away with case notes, right? I mean, imagine the time you are listening into a call, trying to jot down while, you know, taking the call, and then after keeping the call, you again jot down. The amount of time it takes, right? Massive improvements in productivity. I mean, it's already coming summarized. All you have to do is just look at it. You know, at the end of the day, it doesn't take away your job. It's at the end of the day, there is human intervention always that will come into place to validate what the Gen AI is doing as well. So that's where productivity definitely gains, at least what we are taking feedback from our own associates on how they are finding this experience for themselves, apart from what we are giving to the clients. So massive improvements on that front as well.
Krishna Chaitanya, can you share an example of a product or initiative that has successfully demonstrated AI?
What we do, right? I mean, generative AI, it's probably the coolest thing because
I like the way he said coolest.
No, it is, right? Otherwise, most of the other things are enterprise solutions, but I think what we are doing is really creative AI, less generative AI, more creative AI. I'm sorry, what was your question again?
I'll read it out for you. Can you share an example of a product or initiative that has successfully demonstrated or democratized AI?
Maybe my answer or my context is not very pertinent to this particular question, but what we've done, the fact that at least in a sufficiently long term, we want to get to a point where consumers can design for themselves, right? We are, in fact, when we started out as a company, our solution was primarily for the large apparel brands. We were working with the likes of H&M, Myntra. The idea was to become a SaaS AI for their design teams. Now we've sort of pivoted away from that, and we are now targeting, what we are witnessing is young consumers, particularly Gen Z, Gen Alpha, their shopping preferences are changing, and they're now no longer buying from these large brands, but they're buying from these influencer-led brands. Like they're shopping a lot on TikTok or places like Instagram. In fact, there's a cool stat. In the first 3 months of this year, in Indonesia alone, TikTok did a commerce of around $3 billion. So the places that we believe people shop, they are moving away. The loyalty that people have for brands is shifting to smaller brands. In the past, we probably had 1,000 brands. We are getting to a point in the future where people are going to shop from 100,000 brands, right? Which means you have smaller and smaller brands catering to smaller and smaller customer, demographics, right? So the reason we exist, the reason a tech company should operate in an industry like apparel is because of this democratization, right? Is because of this creator economy that's coming up, and we are trying to build tools for those creators. And it's conceivable that in the near future that consumers can start designing for themselves. I mean, if a woman wants to design an evening dress for herself, it's conceivable that she can actually get on top of, on this platform and sort of input her needs, her context, and AI is going to start giving options. So you're no longer bound by somebody else's creativity. So it's truly opening up creativity in a very commercial space like apparel.
So even if I don't know C of creativity, I can design a dress for myself?
Precisely. All you need is a vision for what you want, and the idea. So obviously, AI is not going to do all of it, right? And there's a lot of work that needs to be done around it, which is the vertical AI that we are building. The idea is to convert every individual into a creator, at least for themselves.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Dr. Venugopal, as a product leader, what top trends do you foresee in the AI domain, and how are you preparing your team for these changes?
Yeah. See, first of all, the organization has an like we started to change ourselves to a data-driven organization. So obviously there is a lot of changes of trends and patterns in terms of this. So now one thing which Krishna Chaitanya is trying to tell, a new trend is emerging called prompt engineering. Okay, so I think in future it's going to be more prompt engineers, and then most of the people, we have a different challenges. The first challenge is people coming from a software engineering background to an AI domain. So that's one challenge which we have to address. So what happens there is they use a different process at all. Like they use a process called DevOps kind of a thing, where they want to make their product into the existing. So the second change here is, if you are coming from an DevOps side of things, it never works in an AI kind of thing. It's going to be, you have to use at one point of an ML. So the first and foremost thing here is, we have to develop an engineers, which are basically an AI engineers, and it is very difficult to find at the context. So what we are trying to do here is, we are trying to develop a citizen developers, do IT by yourself, right? And citizen data scientist. So that's one way we are addressing that. And second thing is the top trends of AI. I already mentioned about prompt engineering and Gen AI. Gen AI for a company with focus of R&D like us is a problematic. We can't use an open AI kind of frameworks here, because our entire things will have issues of the design and other things and R&D kind of thing. So we have to put a lot of governance on the cyber security, as well as the governance on people try to use that open AI kind of thing. So there is a lot of baggage, and then it also should facilitate the people. They have to use it. Like otherwise, we will be a back trend, like what Ramesh was mentioning about. Nokia was not able to innovate, or Nokia was not able to ready for a disruptive technology and design technology, right? So we also need to be there. So what we are trying to do is, we are trying to use and use cases which we have developed, and then we are trying to use the use cases which we are trying to use for our own purpose. So the top trends of AIs are, like I already mentioned, something called composite AI. Composite AI is one fascinating stuff. Like now, for example, it's not one-dimensional way you can get a data for one problem. Like for example, talk about a problem like warranty, right? Earlier, warranty used to be driven only through the data of like claims and other stuff. Now you have to use an images and other stuff to be used here. And also we have to get from an, and our company, we have a production to end product. And we deal with a lot of technologies. We build in products which are basically manufacturing and hardware side of it, and also we build in software side of a products. So there's a fusion which is required here. So there will be a transition kind of thing. And I already mentioned about citizen data scientists, which we are trying to build with a lot of coaching and all. The other trend of AI here is Gen AI. I already mentioned about Gen AI and then the open AI kind of platforms, which we have to be little very cognizant. And then trust, like, and then values. So these are some of the things which we keep in this. And future AI trends is like, it's going to be not with a unidimensional analysis, it will be a multi-factored and multi-dimensional ways. So you have to be ready, and at one point of time, we have to make our workforce ready to change. So the digital transformation is one of the biggest thing, and change management is the things which we have to be ready for the future.
So I'm coming back to you. In ADP, What is, from the HR space again, as we increasingly incorporate AI into our workplaces, what strategies can be employed to ensure that human skills and talents remain in the forefront of value creation? My second question is, how can AI be used to augment rather than replace human capabilities?
Value creation. So one example I can quote is how we have a product called Role. Recently, it's something that has been Role has been rolled out. And it addresses a market where it's completely digital. There's minimal involvement. You just roll it out to the clients, and it's taken care. It's a conversational user interface, basically, right? So imagine where there are large products that need to be implemented. The amount of life cycle that from an implementation standpoint that you have to go to versus something like so simple that you just implement it quickly, and then there is no maintenance needed, etc. So that is more from a value creation of how quickly it can be deployed to clients, how it starts learning immediately and it can answer completely, right? It's not about just somewhere. I remember Mr. Ramesh talking about chat interface where policies, if you have to look at it, and it can give you the policy. But however, within the policy, if you have further deeper questions, who, what, why, where, this particular product of ours, it kind of addresses those aspects as well. So how did we get there? That is the second phase where, again, Gen AI, it's like a child. We are the people as human beings and practitioners who have to teach that. Unless it can only be as intelligent as the number of, it's iteration process. Just like a kid tries to walk, run, and other things, behave. Similarly, it has to be in the similar guardrails. Those guardrails needs to exist, but at the same time, how do we keep iterating it, training it, giving those responses, whether it is right or wrong at the end of the day, it cannot do it on its own. So that's where a human element comes into play in how we can train it better, and that's how we can go about it.
Will AI replace HR department?
I wouldn't be sitting here if that was the case, because long back I recollect, where a lot of HCM systems came into place, and I remember I started my career long back, 17 years ago, where I was filing documents, and now it's completely digital. You hardly have to file any of the employee records. Does that mean that my job has gone away? No, it's become much more meatier actually, because I can spend that time in other things, right? We become creators, we become designers, developers, more strategic. We become product managers. Everything that we do when we interface with the business leaders on strategy, how do we go about it? It becomes more thinking game rather than operational and transactional stuff. So my job is safe.
I'm sorry, as an HR person, I'm a little more partial to Som. Som, I have another question for you. As in the recruitment space, how's it helping? How's it getting people on board much faster?
Yeah. That's one of the hot spaces right now. In fact, a lot of the studies and articles, in case if some of you have already gone through it, you will see that is one of the spaces. Two spaces where Gen AI, especially on the HCM side for HR practitioners, where it has the maximum impact would be on the hiring side, the talent acquisition space, and the second one is the L&D space. The first one, of course, the talent acquisition.
Especially talent acquisition.
Yeah. A lot of churn goes on, you have to sift through so many profiles. How do you create good job descriptions? How do you ensure that you get the right set of resumes for the right roles, what you're looking at? From the amount of, screening that a person might have to do, how can you leverage that, the Gen AI into doing that for you? And rather than sifting, individually going through as a person, hundreds of resumes, how can you get those top 20, 25 from Gen AI and then look at it to see the relevance and quickly take it forward from there? So that is one example I can quote.
Thank you. Krishna Chaitanya, Can you share an example of a potential risk or challenge you encountered in an AI project and how is it mitigated?
People talk about the risk AI poses to humanity, and I suppose most of the imagery is around nuclear war, or it's gonna weaponized AI sort of killing people and stuff like that, all that dystopian future. I suppose it is much simpler. AI's risks or to the society are probably more around manipulation of information. For example, it's easy to now create new content, new imagery of things that have not happened, right? It's on places like Twitter, you could post an image that is generated by AI, which actually of an event that hasn't happened, which can trigger a lot of conflict in society. I think the risks posed are probably more around creation of information, which is really generative AI. We're talking about content being created by AI, which is, it's difficult to recognize that it is machine made. And this is still early days. When you go to ChatGPT today, it's going to give you a few answers which sort of look real but are not real. An expert can easily distinguish and say, hey, it's machine made versus human made. If we continue down the path that we are going down, in a few years from now, content generated by AI will be indistinguishable from human generated information, and that has serious societal implications. I suppose that is really the serious risk. And yeah, it's really around generative AI, right? That's a big problem.
Sure. Dr. Venugopal, how does your organization ensure transparency and accountability in its AI implementations?
Yeah, see, first of all, we have one way of working, okay? One of the thing is we'll make accountable. Okay, and then the second way is we also ask people to be more innovative, and we provide an equal opportunities and then democratization of things. Okay, at the same time we have a very we have also in this security aspects like cyber security, and also our communications are more direct, and then we have an comms team, which basically works with us to make sure that all the things should be there. And then, as I said, ours is an R&D organization, so all the people knows what is happening there, but we'll also ensure that that information won't get leaked to any other external parties. So to be frank, you'll all get surprised. We are not supposed to use Google in our, okay? So, yeah, no. Nothing. But we are more innovative, and we actually work for all the cars, like connected cars, and we also work something like we use an ADAS, which is basically for the cars which goes, and then driverless cars is a future of mobility. But we are a very strong team on generative AI. Okay, we built our own systems, own designs, and everything, but everything will be developed within ourselves, okay?
Sure. Amit, what skills do you believe will be critical for future product leaders in the era of AI?
Yeah, one of them will be constant learning. I think that's given because the world's changing too fast. So to be able to figure what's out there as a capability, but at the same time not getting too hyped up is I would say is a very important thing, because like Ramesh also put it, putting the horse behind the cart before the horse. You are trying to, given Gen AI, what can I do with it is the question to ask. Still okay, but I have to use Gen AI and do something with it can be a very misleading attitude to have, and sometimes leads to failure. So in my mind, constant learning and being even more innovative than ever, because the way AI has cut through jobs is no more in the order of their being labor intensive and so on. It has cut through the creative aspects, and maybe Gen AI will also solve the problem of data scarcity, which was another thing which probably held up many AI prospects. So I would say all of this put together. But the basics of product management, the product management 101 doesn't change. Knowing the problem, finding the right problem to solve, figuring out, understanding the user. With those in mind, I think we have a bunch of rock stars here, so they'll go all the way into building great products.
All right. We're really running out of time. I want one-line answer from all of you. On a lighter note, if you could have an AI system perfectly perform one task for you in your personal life, what would it be and why?
I have the mic, I could start. Depends on if that AI was like capable in a physical way, then I would use it to keep my room in order, which is actually a mess. If it had emotional capabilities, surpassing human ones, I would use it to maybe understand what my wife means when she says something. I think it's typical husband problem. I don't think I'm just representing myself.
Very, very man answer.
I'll hand it over to Chaitanya.
Personally, I hate driving, so I hope that we'll get to a point soon enough where sort of AI can take over driving, especially at least when you get on a highway, right? But now that I'm here, I just wanted to take a quick minute, and for any aspiring entrepreneurs, there's a lot of product managers here, and I think one logical extension for any product manager is to want to go out into the real world and actually build your own solutions. I just wanted to sort of summarize my own journey over the last 2.5 years as to what we started doing. And to borrow from Ramesh's comments earlier, technology is a necessary condition but not a sufficient condition for building products. And I would take one step further and say product itself is a necessary condition but not a sufficient condition to building a business in the real world, right? You may have a fully, a fluently functioning product, but if you can't monetize it, there's just no sense in doing it. In my own example, I wanted to build a SaaS which designers could subscribe, pay me $10 a month globally. That's, I'm thinking of $100 million revenue, right? Potentially, you're looking at the use case.
We'll have to take it offline. Dr. Venugopal.
Yeah, if you ask me the personal product which I feel like, which manages my my expenses and my financials, okay. So there are a lot of AI apps, but it has to be in some bot which has to tell me, like it at the same time, it should not also tell many times, okay. For example, that's another problem, information overloaded, okay. And then too much of information and then you become a digital addict, okay. That's the thing, okay. So it has to be, you should have an alert mechanism, but that alert should be contained to one level.
So what's your last thought?
Personally, I have a background in computer science engineering and MBA in HR. Throughout my career, I have struggled. Still, actually, I try to find a balance between logic, because primarily I'm driven that way from my thought process, logic, and emotions being in HR. So something that I would probably leverage, Gen AI to find that balance and, make its life harder.
Thank you so much. Wonderful talking to you and learning lots from you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Our next item of the agenda is an expert talk, Building a Product Management Community. Chandrasekhar is a distinguished Senior Director of Product Management at ADP, with over 17 years of expertise in product management. With previous roles in NCR, Adobe, and Avaya, he's a seasoned leader known for successfully launching new products, achieving product market fit, and driving imperative growth for Fortune 500 companies. Proficient in Agile and SAFE technologies, Chandra excels in product strategy, lifecycle management, and leading cross-functional teams. His skills in competitive analysis and market research further enhance his value in the field, making a career characterized by innovation and product excellence. I invite Chandrasekhar onto the stage, please.
ADP
is always designing for people. As you heard from Ranjan in the morning, we are 18 billion plus in revenue, number one HCM company globally. We have clients across 140 different countries, 1 million plus clients. I don't think many of the companies can say that. Remember, our clients are pretty large. We have clients like Amazon, Sodexo, and so on, all the way from small business. Recently, when it comes to Gen AI, we have been following a principle of make it easy, smart, and human. You would have heard that in the morning. So you will see a lot of reference to the content that I've got in here today is going to be in the backdrop of that this is potentially very specific to a B2B setup, a large company like ADP with a big product organization based out of India. So we have talked about Gen AI since morning. So this is all being future ready. So we would like to have our product leaders, especially for a lot of large companies based out of India. We have seen a good number of product managers being recruited, hired, groomed internally in the recent past, in the last 5 to 10 years. So what does this really mean for all of us sitting in this hall here? So that's really the topic. I've got a few slides to take the conversation forward, but we'll try to keep it very interactive. I'll try to make some logical pauses in between a few slides, and feel free to ask questions. This is me sharing some of the learning from my side, but I'm sure collectively we can share a little bit more. Okay? So with that, we'll get started. And hopefully this will work. Yes. So that's the agenda. We'll start with a quick recap of what we have been hearing since morning. What does Gen AI really mean for product managers and product leaders? So Gen AI really brings in, I think we have heard since morning that a lot of new evolving use cases, right? And interestingly, I think we as product managers, we have got enough use cases in our backlog, right? As if we didn't have enough. We have use cases coming all the way from senior executives, from customers, from everywhere. So Gen AI is just adding to it, right? So, however, this creates an opportunity in terms of use cases. Like one of the examples which was talked in the morning was the concept of creating job descriptions. We have been thinking about this quite a lot in the past. However, with the advent of Gen AI, this has gotten a little closer. Of course, we need to fine-tune it, we need to improve it, but that certainly has helped. Second, in terms of changing market landscape, in the last like 9 months or so, we have heard of many startups which have come in. And every large company is trying to play a role in Gen AI, right? So that certainly has a dynamics in terms of what we do as a product manager day in, day out. We have seen a lot of companies talk about Copilot in their respective space. Today in the panel discussion also we heard that. Third, embracing a lot of regulatory compliances. I think in the morning we heard about scenarios or use cases around candidate relevancy, where I'm trying to stack rank candidates based on the resume versus the fitment with the job description and so on. However, we have got a few states in the US who are basically saying that you actually need to give that option to the candidate whether they want to opt out from their resume being screened by AI. So that's a new regulation which is coming in. And many states are actually trying to get that in front of their population. So as product managers, we had to react quickly to those regulations. So that certainly is one of those things. Being ethical. We as ADP, as an example, we have data for 1 million plus clients, and that data is a goldmine of information. However, we want to be very careful in terms of how do we use that data, right? So being ethical in terms of how we use the data becomes critical. Finally, for a large company like ADP, and I think most of the, I've seen folks from ServiceNow, Pega, and so on, so these are fairly large companies. And for many of these large companies, we typically have a large suite of products, a large portfolio. And when Gen AI comes in, it is not just, I'm not trying to solve one specific use cases, we have to solve the use case across these products. And managing that scale of innovation for a large company, potentially a company which has evolved over years, is not that easy, right? So that's another additional challenge. So how do we manage these challenges as we go forward? I think we try to answer that. Is it me or something? Okay. Thank you. How do we manage this? So the first thing is, we in ADP, we have been investing in continuous learning. And this continuous learning is very specific to product management 101. I think we heard enough in the morning that whatever be the case, Gen AI or something else, knowing the customer, the product management 101 goes nowhere. So we need to keep learning and making sure that as we hire more product managers, as we get more product managers into our organization internally, we want to make sure we are giving them enough tools and frameworks from a product management fundamental perspective. And that is what we have been doing in ADP in the recent past. Now, it's equally important that these trainings and these boot camps are practitioner-led, because we do want to make sure that anything that is shared with the product managers, new product managers, are based on the experience of the practitioners. So that's been one of the focus, and I think that would apply to any other company. Solving real-life problems goes without saying. I think we had multiple boot camps where we talked about specific use cases in the area of talent acquisition, talent management, where we were trying to throw those problems at the new product managers and solve them using these frameworks that they may have learned in the classroom. We partnered with a good number of B schools as well to bring in some fresh new ideas, right? And I think the last point is very important. We heard that during the conversation. We as product managers, especially, I think most of the product management organization in India has been built with the advent of agile, safe, whatever you call it, right? Starting with the product owners. And we are pretty good in terms of execution and the solution space. But what's equally important for us to innovate is we become comfortable with the problem space. And that's been the focus for us. Okay. Customer at the center, nothing new. I think we have talked about it enough, right? Now, how do we do this? Being so many miles away from the customers, for probably most of us in this room, because our customers are sitting either in the US or in most cases in the developed economies in Europe and so on. Right? So how do we solve this? Of course, we try our best in terms of meeting the customers in person or over on the phone call, WebEx calls, and so on. But for ADP, over the course of last 20 years of existence in India, we have got a big footprint of service, implementation, support associates. And we spend a good amount of time as product managers sitting with them, taking calls, looking at their service request, and trying to draw insights out of those on what could be the pain points for the customers. So does it replace the direct conversation? No, it certainly aids to that conversation. The other area there we have been investing quite a lot is using tools around user behavior analytics, tools around product analytics to aid in our decision-making process. So most of the times, I think in the early days of product management, once you ship the feature, the job is done, you pretty much move on to the next feature or next capability. But there is a stronger emphasis on figuring out what's the outcome that you have been driving with the feature that you have released, and how does it feed back into the discovery cycle. So those are some of the tools that we can use as we go forward in terms of being closer to the customers. Some of the other things that you could potentially do is being part of the sales process. Let's say you have got a new product being launched, and sales team typically looks for support from product folks. So I think those could be some of those areas that you could potentially go and help. And in the process, you end up learning a lot more about what are the pain points and what's really working well for the customer with the product offering that you have. The third element that we have been focusing on is product community. And this is where we have been investing quite a lot in ADP in the recent last 6 odd months. So ADP grew from 50 odd product managers. ADP India grew from 50 odd product managers 3 years ago to 120 product managers today. So that's a huge growth from a product management footprint perspective. But it also comes with a challenge that many of these product managers either might have come externally to the organization, they might have come through B schools, they might have come internally. So there is some aspect which needs, some or the other aspect which needs to be bridged for us to set them to success. And which is where we are leveraging this community to help in terms of getting our product managers as far as possible on the same plane. So what does this community really do? So we use these, we call this community as Product Guild, and in Product Guild we share learnings across different business units, across product managers, be it in the small business unit, mid-market or up-market. And we share insights and we share learnings and frameworks and so on. So we are seeing good amount of traction there, some leading indicators that this is working well. I am pretty sure this could be some of those things that other companies could try as well, especially the companies who have been growing from a product management footprint perspective. I think Industry Connect, when we heard about Product Leaders Forum happening in Hyderabad, after such a long time we have not seen any such event happening in Hyderabad. And when we heard about it, we certainly wanted to tap into this opportunity, and which is why you see a lot of folks from ADP out here in the audience. We wanted to make sure that we were networking with our local community in Hyderabad and the product management community at large. Now, the fourth one, which I want to talk about, is the culture of innovation. Now, when you put the product management 101, the customer at the center, and community of sharing of knowledge and insights all together, then it creates a perfect platform for you to innovate. And we at ADP, we have been investing a lot on innovation. There are wider corporate level innovation initiatives as well as initiatives within ADP India, where we are encouraging our product managers to leverage the learnings across the three pillars that I talked before to innovate. I think we have got some good traction going from ADP India, where some of the newer products are built, conceptualized and built out of India. So something for other companies to kind of think about in terms of innovation. So that's really what I had at a summary level. When you put all these four pillars together, this is where I think we can empower and encourage our product leaders to be future ready in terms of be it Gen AI or something else, right? So I'll take a pause and see if there are any questions and anything that you guys like to share from your organization before we go for lunch. Yep.
In the community part, we have a big thing on mindset part. Mindset is another important aspect wherein everyone has to practice upon it. So how are you tackling it, and what are the tips or any suggestions on how do we have to follow with it? Because that's a interesting conversation to have it, and keeps happening about it. I just want to understand your thought process.
Sure. I think I don't know if there is a formula to build the product mindset, but what I would say is, as part of the product community and keeping the customer at the center, I think we have made some strides there. Example, we focus a lot on design thinking and user research. In terms of trying, before we get into building something, we spend a good amount of time doing market analysis and user research. And as part of these community, when we share some of these insights or case studies that we may have done for some of our products, that encourages the rest of the product managers to start thinking in those directions. So I think it comes as a result of a lot of discussions and a lot of deliberation on some of these topics. I would say that's primarily what we have been doing.
So I have a question about how do you apply Gen AI, which basically helps a reduction in product leaders kind of a work. Do you have any use cases which you practice?
Yeah. So I think we have heard of some use cases. I've heard Gen AI being used, whether, I don't know if, at least I have not used, or anybody from our organization has not used, but I've heard Gen AI getting used quite a lot in terms of competitive analysis. I've heard Gen AI getting used in terms of things like release notes and communication, post-release and go-to-market and stuff like that.
Do you mean like in the development cycles, like, you know, for example, when you're developing a product, the Gen
in the development cycle? I thought you were talking purely from product. In the development cycle, I think we are exploring some ideas about how do we increase the productivity of our engineers. So in ADP, we have a platform, HCM platform, using which we can build apps. We are exploring ideas on can we, based on prompts, can we start building applications? And to the extent that we are even thinking that based on the what's been articulated as a requirement, can that start getting converted into some sort of a user experience options? And based on the user experience that you want to go with, can you start using the platform to build those apps? Because these are low-code platforms, so potentially you could do it. It's not really the code.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So I have a question.
Yeah.
Hi, this is Piyush. You just said that building the product mindset is like really difficult. One of the thing is on the topic building product community, right? We know that product management is not still a very widely popular academic course, or like you can't have a degree specifically in product management if you are undergraduate. Are you building a path for, say, people from engineering or other backgrounds within ADP to transfer into role, and how do you support that that kind of environment where we can cultivate people to basically transition into this role while basically building the necessary skill set to basically excel at that?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. So one of the things that we want to index quite heavily on in ADP, as an example, is the domain knowledge. Like, we have been a big payroll player for a long, long time. So there is a good amount of domain knowledge which resides within the company. So which is where it becomes important for us to encourage our internal engineers as well as service associates to move into product management should they want to. So we do create learning paths for them. Now, it's not as simple as creating a learning path and kind of leaving it to them, but we have a structured program which involves actually HR, which involves the leadership, because there needs to be equal buy-in from all the players to make it happen. So it's a combination of learning paths, mentorship program, and we try to create a roadmap for that person that maybe with hitting certain milestones, maybe in certain number of months, you would transition into product management.
We can take one last question. Yeah. So in large organizations, right, one-time training is not sufficient, or even one-time learning is not sufficient. How can Gen AI help in, improving the knowledge retention rates? To the same thing, one more question I have. As an employee, I might be, super knowledgeable, but I might be super inconfident. Okay.
Very good question.
I could be, I could be, very fast, but very inaccurate. There are multiple combinations. How can Gen AI solve this problem and improve the efficiency overall of a company?
Oh, great question. I don't know if I have a answer to that question, but I think I'll try to answer the second part of your question to the best of my ability. So how can we get the confidence? I think the question was, I may have the knowledge, but I don't have the confidence, right? So as part of this community exercise that we are doing, there is a lot of emphasis on storytelling. Like, many of our product managers could have been coming internally. from within the organization. So they may not be very comfortable speaking in large forums, speaking in front of the client, presenting to the executives and so on. So what we try to do is we create this environment for them to fail safely. So this community is like, nobody's really judging you. You come in and talk about your product ideas, what you did for some of the launches that you may have done, what you did for some of the prioritization exercise you may have done, what you did for your discovery exercise, right? And we kind of encourage that way.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Hello, I'm Swaminathan Ganeshan, co-founder and CEO of SmartTail. I'm today at IIIT Hyderabad in the Product Leaders Forum to pitch my startup in this amazing conference. So what does SmartTail do? So SmartTail has its deep tech product called as Deep Grade. In a single line, what it does, it grades the handwritten answers of students using artificial intelligence. So how does it do? A simple test that is actually conducted in the school. The answer papers are scanned and that is uploaded into our platform. The handwritten text of the children are extracted and we look at the meaning, the intent and the context of what they've actually written and graded using high-powered NLP and deep technology, and then give out marks, analytics, and more to the teachers. So we are helping the teaching community in identifying the exact learning gaps of where children are actually missing out. Thank you so much for listening.
My name is Haripriya Shivaramakrishnan. I'm a Vice President at Straight Street Global Advisors. Today I have been moderating the panel on mastering product skills in the Gen AI era. It's been fascinating to have a very experienced panel with product, academia, and industry experts. Great forum to represent as well. My takeaway has been continuous learning to keep yourself updated and try ChatGPT. Don't fear from that. Do as much as you can and learn so that you are ahead of the game as well. Thank you so much.
Hello everyone, myself Harsha. I'm founder of a startup called FatCat. So we are incubating right now in CIE IIIT Hyderabad. Like I came here to pitch the startup idea. So my startup is about serving the analytics for higher education institutions. Like most of the colleges and schools are using ERPs and LMS for the data management. We extract the data from the ERPs and LMS and we craft the analytics to them. Like we predict these analytics would be of like a student performance, faculty performance, and along with that, like we automate the OB process of the higher education institutions, like crafting the reports that need to be submitted to the NAC and NBA, like mandatory bodies. So that's how we have, and we are like in the MVP stage. We have bootstrapped our startup, and like currently we have 3 colleges in Hyderabad. So like hopefully I'm looking for a funding. Thank you.
My name is Rishikesh and I'm from Pushpa.ai, as a product manager, and we are pitching our product over here from Pushpa.ai. The basic motto of that is providing safety and security using the CCTV analytics, and as well as in the e-commerce industry using the same object detection and almost providing the e-commerce platform where you can automate the entire workflow, like from creating a catalog to having a visual search and removing a background all on the same platform. That we are pitching it over here.
I keep telling people, getting a 9 a.m. start in Hyderabad is like the promise of AI. Okay, it sounds interesting, looks like there are a lot of possibilities, but you're not sure what the end outcome will be, how many people will show up, right? And so far, nothing I've seen today
kind of, leads me to believe that there's a variation on that thesis. So next time, maybe Arun and team, think about a 9 a.m. start, particularly on a nice Friday morning. Yeah. Okay. So I think I was just thinking about, as I was driving into this event, I was thinking about what's happening with AI. I don't know how many of you had a chance to read a memo which Sundar Pichai put out, I think, a couple of days ago. Anyone has read that? Yeah. So please read it. Right. It's a 2,500 word memo on the possibilities of AI. It's in the public domain. You can look it up, and it is surreal. I mean, if you look at how Google is thinking about what they're planning to do with AI, and I think it has profound implications. He also talks about responsible AI and a bunch of other things, but in some ways, again connecting back to the theme of showing up at 9, I was talking to a bunch of folks, including Ranjan here, and I said only people of a certain generation will show up at 9 o'clock, right? So in some ways, I guess we are kind of a little bit privileged that we get to be at at this point in time, looking at what's happening in AI and how it's going to be game-changing, transformative. So I think AI is going to be a really fertile ground for innovation and experimentation. So if you look at one of the things I've seen, right, particularly in Hyderabad, and I have to give a lot of credit to Ramesh here for a number of initiatives which they have kicked off. So about a month ago or a couple of months ago, a couple of months ago, we had an event here. We had a GenAI Summit, which was done along with NASSCOM on T-Hub. Ramesh is always known for his interesting choice of venues. So he did it in a pub called Monastery. So we had about 16 GenAI startups. There was a nice dictionary of there's a nice compilation directory of about 40 plus AI startups. So clearly, I think there's a tremendous opportunity for Hyderabad to play a role as enabling an AI ecosystem and to lead the way, sort of thing, right? So as I was driving up here, I was thinking about how we've already seen. For example, I had to resist the temptation as I was coming in here to go to ChatGPT and say, okay, tell me about the role of AI in product management, because that would be outright plagiarism. So I said we shouldn't do that. So I think you can see already it is affecting the way you think, you talk, you read, you learn, and so on. So tremendous implications for people who are building products and consequently, obviously, product managers, right? I was looking at a report from Gartner, and Gartner, publishes all these nice reports. Some of them have to be taken with a large pinch of salt, sometimes with a large barrel of salt. But I think clearly GenAI is something where the time has come, and I think it will accelerate the innovation process. It will accelerate the quality of what is getting built, the diversity of ideas, and clearly create many more robust and differentiated products. Right. So there were some numbers I was looking at. Another report from McKinsey, right? And I do know sometimes they get some of their predictions wrong, but they tend to be more right than wrong. So they came up with a report where they said the potential of product and business opportunities with GenAI is somewhere in the tune of between 2.6 million to 4.4 trillion in terms of this thing, right? And clearly this is an area where I think as we have a unique opportunity in India. Okay, we have a large workforce. Okay, we have high quality academic institutions. There's a lot of collaboration happening between industry, academia, right, and the startup ecosystem, right? So there's a tremendous opportunity to help businesses to innovate, to streamline, and then to launch new products, right? So if you look at funding, right, which is something which we track closely, in 2022, GenAI generated about 2.1 billion of funding was raised in 1 year. And I don't think there's been any other stream of work over the last 40 plus years of venture investing where so much capital has been raised, focused on one theme. Part of my job, I have to travel quite a bit. And I was in the valley, I've been to the valley twice in the last 3 months. And every time we go and meet a VC and talk to them, the only thing they say is, if you're talking Gen AI, come and talk to us. Otherwise, go and meet someone else. So clearly, the opportunity, I think, is huge. And I think when you think about it in terms of what I think the impact is going to be, right? It's huge. I think it's going to impact everything which classic product management requires you to look at. I think AI will help you make more data-driven decisions, right? Obviously, because now you have access to large, to looking at large data sets, crunching and finding patterns which otherwise would be hard to do. Obviously, there's a significant scope for personalization, okay, being able to deliver specific content, specific messaging, etc. And then obviously many other things around risk management, around automation, around NLP, and so on, right? So I think this is a great forum. I was looking at the list of people who are going to be here, and kudos to the organizers for putting together a high quality list of speakers. I'm sure the deliberations will lead to a lot of discussion, lots of new ideas will get generated, and hopefully this is another step in our collective endeavor here to make both Hyderabad, Telangana, and obviously India the place to be in. There's no reason why, everyone knows about the Sam Altman thing, right? You can't build something with 10 million. I think we'll prove him wrong, right? And hopefully whatever we are doing here today would be a good next step in that process. Okay, so thank you for having me here, and I do hope you'll have some really interesting, you'll get to hear to some really interesting folks. But more than that, I think the conversations you'll have during the breaks is what will really enrich a meeting of this type. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
It's so awesome to see so many familiar faces here today. So that was wonderful. Thank you for having me here. So as we kick off this Product Leaders Forum, I'd like to share some thoughts on the exciting future of product management and transformative impact of Gen AI. Additionally, I'd like to highlight the growth of product management in India and discuss our vision for the future. So first and foremost, I'm very proud to represent ADP, a global leader in human capital management with revenues exceeding $18 billion and a client base exceeding 1 million. At ADP, we have leveraged decades of data and expertise to provide our clients with invaluable, actionable insights. We understand that in today's rapidly changing business landscape, data is the new currency, and insights are key to informed decision-making. So as we look ahead, we recognize that Gen AI is not just the future, but it is central to our strategy at ADP. So we are dedicated to leveraging the power of Gen AI to engineer products that are not just great, but exceptional. And we have distilled our strategy into 3 simple but profound principles. Make it easy, make it smart, and make it human. So first, make it easy. In an increasingly complex world, simplicity is the ultimate sophistication. So we recognize that our clients want solutions that are intuitive, user-friendly, accessible. And Gen AI allows us to reimagine user experiences. We've already actually released some versions of Gen AI integration which enables that and makes complex processes feel effortless and empowers our clients to focus on what matters most, which is their people and their business. Next, make it smart. It's about leveraging the vast reservoir of data at our disposal to provide actionable insights. So Gen AI enables us to analyze data at a scale and speed which was once unimaginable. We aim to offer our clients not just data, but the wisdom to make informed decisions that drive their success. In a data-driven world, being able to see the big picture and the tiny details is what's going to set us apart. And finally, make it human. In a world where technology threatens to dehumanize the interactions, ADP is committed to keep the human touch alive. Our products should enhance the human experience, not replace it. And Gen AI should help enable better human connections, support meaningful interactions, and foster a sense of community. So what does it mean for the future of product management in India? It means that we are at the forefront of transformative journey. Our country has evolved from being a service provider to a global hub of innovation. And MSR is a classic example. We are witnessing a surge in talent and capabilities, making India a force to be reckoned with in the tech world. As product management leaders, it's our responsibility to nurture talent, mentor the next generation, and continue to raise the bar for excellence in product development. It is forums like this one that play a pivotal role in bringing product people together. They provide a platform for collaboration, knowledge sharing, challenging conventions, and networking. As we move forward, let's consider how we can strengthen these communities, foster innovation, and collectively shape the future of product management. In conclusion, I do believe we stand at the threshold of an exciting era of product management driven by the power of Gen AI. ADP is committed to leading the way by making our products easy, insightful, and human-centric. Together, as a community of product management leaders, we have the opportunity to drive innovation, mentor future talent, and shape the future of our industry in India. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
By the way, it's so awesome to see so many familiar faces here today. So that was wonderful. Thank you for having me here. So as we kick off this Product Leaders Forum, I'd like to share some thoughts on the exciting future of product management and transformative impact of Gen AI. Additionally, I'd like to highlight the growth of product management in India and discuss our vision for the future. So first and foremost, I'm very proud to represent ADP, a global leader in human capital management with revenues exceeding $18 billion and a client base exceeding 1 million. At ADP, we have leveraged decades of data and expertise to provide our clients with invaluable, actionable insights. We understand that in today's rapidly changing business landscape, data is the new currency, and insights are key to informed decision making. So as we look ahead, we recognize that Gen AI is not just the future, but it is central to our strategy at ADP. So we are dedicated to leveraging the power of Gen AI to engineer products that are not just great, but exceptional. And we have distilled our strategy into 3 simple but profound principles. Make it easy, make it smart, and make it human. So first, make it easy. In an increasingly complex world, simplicity is the ultimate sophistication. So we recognize that our clients want solutions that are intuitive, user-friendly, accessible. And Gen AI allows us to reimagine user experiences. We've already actually released some versions of Gen AI integration which enables that and makes complex processes feel effortless. and empowers our clients to focus on what matters most, which is their people and their business. Next, make it smart. It's about leveraging the vast reservoir of data at our disposal to provide actionable insights. So Gen AI enables us to analyze data at a scale and speed which was once unimaginable. We aim to offer our clients not just data, but the wisdom to make informed decisions that drive their success. In a data-driven world, being able to see the big picture and the tiny details is what's going to set us apart. And finally, make it human. In a world where technology threatens to dehumanize the interactions, ADP is committed to keep the human touch alive. Our products should enhance the human experience, not replace it. And Gen AI should help enable better human connections, support meaningful interactions, and foster a sense of community. So what does it mean for the future of product management in India? It means that we are at the forefront of transformative journey. Our country has evolved from being a service provider to a global hub of innovation. And MSR is a classic example. We are witnessing a surge in talent and capabilities, making India a force to be reckoned with in the tech world. As product management leaders, it's our responsibility to nurture talent, mentor the next generation, and continue to raise the bar for excellence in product development. It is forums like this one that play a pivotal role in bringing product people together. They provide a platform for collaboration, knowledge sharing, challenging conventions, and networking. As we move forward, let's consider how we can strengthen these communities, foster innovation, and collectively shape the future of product management. In conclusion, I do believe we stand at the threshold of an exciting era of product management driven by the power of Gen AI. ADP is committed to leading the way by making our products easy, insightful, and human-centric. Together, as a community of product management leaders, we have the opportunity to drive innovation, mentor future talent, and shape the future of our industry in India. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Hi, my name is Jeva. I'm part of ServiceNow. I work at the Hyderabad office, and I got invited to this product leadership forum where I had to talk about generative AI and all the use cases and how it's going to be useful for PMs. So generative AI is a very nascent technology. It's very new. It's just coming up, and it is important for everyone to use that technology. But most importantly, the product managers have to know how to use that technology and how to define it and how to create end user experiences out of it. And this is where this talk, I thought, will be helpful for all the product managers who attended this product leadership forum. Thank you.
We have Ramesh Loganathan, who will be giving the keynote address. It's truly an honor to have you with us, Ramesh. Ramesh, I know you personally as well. It's been lovely knowing you for the last few years that I've known you. Ramesh Loganathan is a professor, a renowned personality in the world of technology and innovation. Professor Loganathan, as I should be introducing him as, currently holds the prestigious position of Head Research Outreach at IIITH, where he plays a pivotal role in steering all innovation initiatives. With a remarkable career spanning 25 plus years, Professor Loganathan has contributed significantly to the tech industry. He has held leadership roles in research and development, both in US and India, showcasing his deep expertise and passion for cutting-edge technology. Today, he is here to share his invaluable insights on building products for the future. Please join me in welcoming Ramesh Loganathan.
I've always had huge regard for HPL, I mean the Product Leaders Forum, right? Starting with the Institute for Product Leadership and the forum, kind of two concurrent efforts. And I always used to tell them, like, you need to do more in Hyderabad. And so thank you. I know one event was done some years back, and then the pandemic happened, so everybody, like, I think our just worlds were turned upside down. And so good to see it revived, and I've been nudging Vilash and others saying, like, let's do more tangible events, like we'll do the conferences, which we should do anyway, once in 6 months or whatever frequency, but let's do more of the monthly events, and where there's more tangible takeaways that can happen. So we will do. So I think the idea was to have this kick it off, right? So talking about, I mean, product for the future is a very, right? I mean, always we hope we build, innovation is radical, right? Innovation is disruptive. Innovation kind of shakes things up. It doesn't always happen, right? If you look at most successful companies, like look at ADP, probably one of the most successful companies, but innovation is subtle, right? It doesn't come and suddenly, ADP will not come and say, like, okay, we'll stop doing what we're doing and do something else. Right? It is like, it is very subtle. So innovation is everywhere. It's like, yes, a startup can come with a new product because they are starting from scratch, and they can. And larger organizations also need to innovate and do innovate to stay in business. We know what happened to Blockbuster. So they didn't, the writing was on the wall. It's a classic case study, right? In the US, if you know the Blockbuster video, they were everywhere. Like a McDonald's, if you drive through US countryside, if you can see a McDonald's, you'll see a Blockbuster, almost. Right? There's hardly any town anywhere in US that did not have a Blockbuster video store for ages. Right? They've been there in that scale for ages, and they just didn't see the writing on the wall. And in just few short years, they had to shut down. Now, a few disruptions happened, right? If you look at the disruptions that happened that affected Blockbuster, and it was not all hard for them, right? Had they seen the writing on the wall, given their momentum and their IP and everything, it was not hard for them to pivot. They could have easily pivoted. They just didn't see the writing on the wall. They just said, look, somebody coming and setting up like a small, there was something called the Red Box, if I remember right. The name was called Red Box. You could just, when DVDs were coming up, right? Blockbuster, you could get DVDs also, but here you could go new, they only had new releases. It's like a Coke vending machine. They used to have it in the supermarkets in the mid-90s or late 90s. And that was the start of the downfall of Blockbuster. They didn't see that. I mean, this was just a vending machine. They'll only have 30. If you go to a Blockbuster store, they'll probably have, like, I don't know, several thousand or few tens of thousands of videos and DVDs that they would have. The collections were huge. But this one had only 30 most recent or most popular movies, which is what trends most anyway. And you just go put your card and kind of pick your selection, and that CD comes out, you take it. When you come back, you just drop it off. There's a place to drop it off. Now, they were the first disruption. And then Netflix came. Netflix started shipping it home. Netflix said, like, why go to both were successful. I think the Red Box probably shut down. I don't know what happened to that afterwards. I left US. I didn't track it. Of course, Netflix has become very big. And Netflix also pivoted. Right? They started with shipping CDs home. Their innovation was to just ship CDs home. It's saying, like, you're going to watch new movies, and they had not a very large collection, and the collection that will move fast, and you get 2 or 3 movies at home at any given time. And there were such book clubs and CD clubs for a long time, but somehow nobody did the movies. Netflix came and did the movies. And then they pivoted again. When they were shipping CDs home, around the time US Telecom was going through a massive rejig, right? They had this, like, they used to call it like 3-in-1, 4-in-1, all kinds of fancy terms. Basically, like, the pipe coming in carries everything. From your internet to your telephone line to cable TV, satellite TV, everything was coming in. So since the wire was bringing internet and satellite TV together, Netflix said, why not, right, on the same wire deliver movies? And they pivoted. I mean, they were reasonably large already, and they pivoted. And they don't, very quickly, they stopped sending any CDs home. And they still continue to pivot, right? A large company, because they're large, doesn't mean they were one of the largest. Amazon, I remember in the early, when AWS was launched, Netflix was one of the largest customers, because all the streaming was happening on Amazon AWS servers. And so I think innovation, it's more about looking for right opportunities. There's technology on one side, and there's applied technology, right? Innovation on the other side, right? The whole creative. I feel as a country, as an industry, we're kind of lack on the creative side of it. Technology, we are good, right? I mean, we keep up the latest, greatest frameworks, greatest tools and technologies and APIs and libraries and everything. We can pick up very quickly and build, right? As an industry, we can build very well. We can build anything. I mean, today, if somebody were to come and ask any of our companies to say, like, can you build a Netflix grade streaming server? I'm sure we can build, right? It may take 1 year to turning point. I always ask this question: if Indians in Bay Area can build technology for the world, why can't Indians in India? The backgrounds are no different. Like Ranjan lived in the US for a long time and came back, right? And many of us have lived and come back, right? And the profile is similar. It's just the environment, right? The environment, we don't think, so we're removed from the customer. Like companies like ADP at least is still in touch with customers. Most companies in India would probably never ever understand what a customer is doing. You'd get requirements, you don't even know who the customer is sometimes, or maybe you know, but you got the requirements and you start to build, right? You're never generating requirements. And that's a big part of product management, big part of creative thinking. If you want good products, great products, we have to first define great products. It starts with understanding what the customers are doing today, what they need, where the gaps are, right? And coming up with some, and that's a very creative process. I always say there are two types of product managers. Right? I don't want to slot any of you, neither of those two types. Both are good. As an industry, we need both, but there are two types of product managers, right? One that are, I call them, again, pardon me for saying this to a room full of product managers, but I call them glorified clerks, right? They're bookkeepers. If you look at like the inputs keep coming in from field, from support, like engineering also gives a lot of inputs. I remember when I was in the Bay Area, product management was so weak. They could not say no. I mean, like if a senior director or senior architect, especially architects, like technology companies, architects have a huge say in very strong tech companies. If an architect comes in and says, look, this is the latest communication, actually was there, one such initiative. This is the latest communication framework. We have to adopt. Now, absolutely no business case. Business value was zero. The communication framework we had was good enough for servicing everything Inform is needed as a database server. And they still said, like, we have to build this, and the product management organization could not say no. 1.5 years, like almost 25% of engineering time was used to build it for zero market value. No wonder Inform is shut down in a few years, right? I mean, you can't spend that kind of resources on things that don't have market value. So the understanding, but then we need that also. We need to keep track of all things coming in. There's some minimal value addition that happens in terms of prioritizing and such. But the bigger part is like the creative process. That's why great products happen, right? If Apple came and said, let's build another mobile phone, they would have been just that, right? Another mobile phone. But that's not what they came and said. So they said, like, let's disrupt. Let's completely reimagine mobile phones. And of course, not that everything Apple has done has become successful. There are many things Apple tried that failed also. But look at the successful products, it's a super creative process. They said, like, it's not just technology. Technology was a very important part of it, but technology was only a necessary condition. The sufficiency was something completely different. Right? The sufficiency was to completely disrupt the thinking. Like, I mean, you hear this often said in the Apple context, but it's true in most contexts. Some things you can't get from your customer. If you ask the customer, tell me what the next new big phone could have been, I don't think anybody would have described Apple phone. Right? They may at most talk about some pains that they're having today. Or they may talk about some things that will be nice. It would be nice if I can do this also. Like, it would be nice if I can take pictures in the night. It could be nice if I can. Some small incremental things might come. But nobody's going to come and say, like, can you think of a phone with a single button? Right? Can you think of a phone with no manual? Can you think of a phone that just feels so different and fresh to the hand? Like, I mean, every aspect, they said, like, let's make it a piece of art, right? And like that, and that wow factor, there are very few phones in the market that came before or after that just wowed the audience, wowed the customers, right? Like Apple iPhone did. Like iPod did some of it, but iPhone just blew like in the US, I remember, by then I'd moved here, but I used to travel a lot. I mean, like, I used to travel at least once every 6 to 8 weeks. and I would see few iPhones. The next travel, I will see more. In no time, in less than 2-3 years, 9 out of 10 phones are iPhones. That's how much of the market they captured. Like, I mean, it went crazy. And that's because everybody was so impressed, right? The wow factor, that's what makes delightful products. The wow factor is so strong. Everybody, you want to tell somebody, you know what? iPhone, did you get it? I got one. Like, I mean, that whole thing, it impressed the customers so much that they became the most vocal champions. I don't think Apple even needed to advertise. And they made sure it's not just the technology. Technology is only one small part of it. Very important part, yes. But not that other leading players had any less technology in their phones. Right? So technology was not the differentiator. How they packaged it, right? How they conceptualized what the phone should be, how the phone should be. Thinking of a phone with one button, thinking of a phone with one button would mean, like all of you know, you all understand UI, right? Thinking of a phone with one button could have been a UI disaster, right? People have said, like, I just want to make a call. I don't know where to press. How do I make the call? You could have just taken the user into a jungle and then just let the user loose, not being able to figure out where to go next and what to do. But that's not what happened. They designed it so well, you don't need to know anything. You just go, it's very intuitive. How do you make a phone intuitive with a single button? And not have too many buttons. See, they didn't even trick the system. See, today if you look at most phones, there are 3 buttons, 5 buttons on the screen always. Right? Though they say like there's one button, but Apple didn't even have that. Almost never even had a back button. Today they have, but early days, with that single button, it was intuitive. Right? You could figure out they can always go back to the home screen. I remember my nephew when he is now 11, when he was just about maybe 12 to 15 months old. He figured out Apple phone. I was amazed. Like I said, I used to travel a lot. And I used to go there to visit him when he was growing up. And he would play a video when he was not even max 15 months, right? He could play the cartoon video he wanted. I was shocked. I just said, like, I want to see it. So I just took the phone, put some random thing, gave it to him. He was sitting on his high chair. He figured out that, like, he keeps pressing that single button, it goes back to the home screen. And he keeps doing it until it goes to the home screen. It doesn't matter where what you're doing, and it will take you to the home screen. The moment he goes to the home screen, he recognizes the YouTube icon. The moment he goes to YouTube icon, he knows that, like, if he scrolls once or twice, he will see the cartoon icon that he wants. Using 3 images, the home screen, YouTube icon, and the cartoon he wants. Every single time, I moved the cartoon around. I moved that icon around, and I gave it back to him. He could figure it out. Because he knew that, like, if it's not there, he does this, it goes up, he sees some more pictures. And he needs to do it until he finds the picture. And that's how intuitive. If a 13, 14-month-old can play the video he wants, you can imagine. I mean, it is remarkable. Of course, no, everybody follows that paradigm. But coming up with it when phones had big keyboards, like you remember Nokia came around that time, the Nokia brick. You slide it up like it is 4 mobile phones in one, right? And very kludgy. Of course, it caught everybody's attention because, like, now when you walk around, one of the most expensive phones in the market. But imagine Nokia brick came around the same time as Apple phone came. Just look at the difference. No wonder Nokia doesn't exist anymore. They just lost it. A company, can you believe, 100-year-old company that has over the years innovated, kind of reimagined, pivoted, just lost it somehow, right? I don't know how it happened. That country is still a very, very creative country. It's one of the most creative countries in the world today, right? In terms of innovative thinking and creative. But somewhere it got lost, right? But so it is just, and their whole thinking of a product was that, like I said, technology is necessary, but only a small part. It's not the sufficient condition for successful products. Technology is only a starting point. Now, from the single button, right, the few mandates, it should look good, so the way they packaged it, they said they were the first ones to come with a small, tiny box. Right? Mobile phones used to come in big boxes with some of them used to have manuals. They definitely have small instruction books. They definitely have fold-out instructions. Right? This comes with nothing, almost nothing. Right? And with a pin, it comes just to put the SIM. And like almost no instruction. They were so confident. It doesn't matter who it is. They can use the phone. Right? When you start the phone the first time, it asks for a few things. And once you do that, that's it. It is set up. Now, today everybody follows the model. So they said, like, and the unboxing. the box packaging, the attention to detail that Apple had, right? The box was like from the color to the shape to the texture to the edges, how it feels in your hand. It was not like any other box. Right? Anybody could have done it. They didn't invent any of that paper or cardboard or right anything. They didn't invent it. It's all existing. It's just designing it, right? Putting it in that shape, in that size. When you open it, the way it looks, the way the phone's laid out. So the whole unboxing was like, it starts from there. You're wow, every step you're wowed, right? It's not just that once you access the single button intuitiveness, you're not going to be wowed when you play with it. You'll only be wowed like several days later saying like, God, with single button I could manage to do all this. You can't, that's not something you can communicate, that you'll experience, right? You'll experience the lack of it. With single button, things didn't work. The second minute you would have said like, this is crazy. But when it's working, it'll take a long time to figure out that like, with single button, I can do everything that needed like some 8 buttons in my previous phone. It takes some time to realize that like, I could do so much with just a single button. But the whole thing, the wow factor started from the box, unboxing, the phone, the way the phone looked, the way the phone felt, right? You turn it on, the UI, the icons, they came up with the tray of icons. I'm sure they didn't invent it. I'm sure somebody else must have had it by then. But they were the ones that first made it so neat. They said, since it's a single button phone, there had to be pre-packaged apps. Things that you may normally want to do should all be there out of the box, right? Well, they went and pushed the store a lot later, but they didn't start with the store. When you open the box, most essential utilities are already there. It's not just a phone. Now, so much goes into it. If you look at some of the products, we try to create products here, right? I mean, Triple IT is an institute, research institute. Not many know that we are a research institute.